Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay, right. Is it so? I'll
Good
also
morning,
open.
sir.
Good morning. Very good morning. Sorry,
Sir,
I'll present this topic, that is writing floras with relevance. I present it first.
yes, sir.
Next week presentation. So it's is it okay?
Okay. Okay, sir. No issues at all, sir. We can have it, sir.
Just a minute. I'll open my presentation and share it.
Okay, sir.
Ma'am, shall we start now or it'll wait till 10 o'clock, ma'am?
Sir, we'll wait. Let us have the trial
Participants. Yes, ma'am.
and let the participants join. Only
Yes, ma'am.
38
Sure, ma'am.
participants are here. Just 5 or 10 more minutes.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Is my screen visible?
No, sir.
Hello.
No,
Is my
sir.
screen? Huh?
No, sir. No, sir. Sarah, what about you? Can you get the screen?
No, ma'am, it's not visible,
It's
ma'am.
not visible, sir.
Okay, please. Wait. I'll share.
Sir, try now, sir. I think the permission is not given. I think now it is there.
Okay, I'll see. See now, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir,
sir, it
it's
is
visible.
Okay,
visible, sir.
right. Thank you. I'll
Yes,
keep it
sir.
as it is.
Fine, sir.
No, I just like to know whether the participants are only from Tamil Nadu or probably from other states
No,
too.
no, from other states are also there, sir.
Okay, right. Okay, I thought if it's from Tamil Nadu, I can speak here and there in local language. Anyway,
No, sir. Participants are from different states.
fine. So we'll go ahead in English.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, shall we
So I'm
start
ready.
at 9:50 or so, sir?
Right,
Or by
if
10?
participants have joined, if many participants have joined, I think you can
Okay.
start. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, all. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Benjamin Franklin. On this note, I welcome all the participants on the second day of virtual lecture workshop on the topic Taxonomy, Floristics and Conservation, organized by the Department of Botany, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, sponsored by Indian Academy of Science, Bengaluru, Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi, National Academy of Science, India, Prayagraj.
Varshini,
Yes, ma'am.
let us start when the participants join. Let us wait for another 10 minutes or so. We'll start after
Okay, ma'am.
around 10. Okay.
Everything. Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Only 40 participants are here.
Okay, ma'am. Shall we start, ma'am?
Yes,
I'm ready.
Varshini.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, all. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Benjamin Franklin. On this note, I welcome all the participants on the second day of virtual lecture workshop on the topic Taxonomy, Floristics and Conservation, organized by the Department of Botany, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, sponsored by Indian Academy of Science Bengaluru, Indian National Science Academy New Delhi, National Academy of Science India, Prayagraj.
Now, I request Dr. E. Uma, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, to welcome Dr. D. Narasimhan, the speaker of Technical Session 5.
I accord a warm welcome to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our resource person, Dr. D. Narasimhan, member, Tamil Nadu Biodiversity Board, retired Associate Professor, Department of Botany, Madras Christian College, Chennai. Dr. Narasimhan completed his graduation and obtained his doctoral degree from the prestigious Madras Christian College, Chennai. His areas of specialization include biodiversity, taxonomy, ethnobotany, medicinal plants, and plant anatomy. In his 25 years of career, his contributions to scientific society are immense. Among them, the development of databases on angiosperm and invasive alien species of Tamil Nadu for the Department of Environment, Government of Tamil Nadu is the most eminent. His commando in taxonomy was uploaded by the Indian Association for Angiosperm Taxonomy by awarding him with the Dr. V.V. Sivarajan Gold Medal. His taxonomical research has been approved by many reputed funding agencies such as UGC, Department of Biotechnology, Tamil Nadu Forest Department, Foundation for Revitalization of Local Health Traditions. Ministry of Environment and Forest, and Sastri Indo-Canadian Institute. He is meticulous editor for the symposium volume titled Plant Diversity, Human Welfare and Conservation, and for the book's title Common Trees of Chennai, a photo identification guidebook, and Ethnobotany, the Corn, Paraja, Kadapa, and Bondo of the Koraput region of Odisha, India. He has published 59 papers in refereed national and international journals. He also guided 19 MPhil and 13 PhD scholars in taxonomy, conservation, biology, medicinal plants, and ethnobotany. Two of the PhD theses submitted under his guidance have been adjudged as the best thesis in botany submitted to the University of Madras and was awarded Dr. R. Kalyanasundaram Memorial Prize, which illustrates his desire and sound knowledge towards research. He is also holding various positions in national and state level bodies. His brief bio-sketch signifies his dedication, interest, and craving for knowledge in the field of science and research. On the whole, his simplicity and modesty carried him to the pinnacle of success. We are happy to have such an eminent person among us today. I thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I call upon Dr. D. Narasimhan, member, Tamil Nadu Biodiversity Board, retired associate professor, Department of Botany, Madras Christian College, Tambram, to deliver his lecture on the topic Exploration, Collection, Herbarium Preparation, and Flora Writing.
Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. In fact, I should thank Dr. Sabu, my good friend, of course, who would have done this session for originally, but unexpectedly he had something else to attend at home. So he had given me this opportunity. He has passed on this opportunity to me, and Krishnamurti College is great enough to accept me in his position. Though I am no replacement to Dr. Sabu, but I try to do my best about the topics which he has given. But I've slightly modified the topic. Instead of the topic, the whole length of the topic, I thought this is going to be more important for any of the participants who is attending in this session, how to write for us. So this is my concern for a long time. Why we should be bothering about writing for us? Because every day, every month, some flora or other thing is getting published across India. If you take only India into concern, but otherwise across the world, there are many floras are being published. Many floras are being rewritten. Many floras are being revised. All these things are happening continuously, and that's why we should concentrate on this. But before going into this, let's know why, of course, we need floristic studies. Why should we study? This also partly answers the next topic that we are going to deal with, which is the exploration and the collection of plant specimens and things like that. I think it is also connected to the next topic.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, இது slide show போய்க்கோங்க சார்.
Slide show போய்க்கணுமா?
ஆமாங்க சார்.
I understand. Where is the slide show?
No, sir. Just here.
What?
Sir, you just press F5, sir.
F5. Okay. Right. Okay. In my laptop, F5 is coming. Yeah, this shows a completely different setup for me now.
So on the keypad, you can press F5, sir.
Keypad, but my keypad F5 is for brightness. This is a laptop.
Okay.
So
Sir,
my
then,
laptop shows F5.
sir, if so, then
Just
press
shift F5,
function and F5, sir.
shift F5.
Function F5. Otherwise, you go to slideshow on the menu bar, sir, and you can go for presenting.
Menu bar. That's what I'm trying to check. Where is the slideshow in the menu bar?
So just above the speaker in the down, sir, down near the speaker, or just above the battery
Down.
level, there is one icon over there.
Oh, okay, okay. This?
Above that, sir.
No. Okay, just sorry. This one? No. I'm sorry. I'm not able to find this. Okay.
So now it is not in the presentation itself, sir. It is somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, no. Okay. I think I messed it up. Let me come back again. Sorry.
So please go to PowerPoint window, sir. The window itself is in Zoom, I think. PowerPoint. The next one. No, sir. Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So
Sir, it is not yet. Yes, sir. It is okay now, but slideshow is not there, sir.
slideshow is not there. Okay. Now I got the slideshow there. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That is it. Fine,
Now
sir.
I got it. Earlier it was not there. It was not shown. That is why.
Now it is okay, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'll cut off the video. Uh, so why do we need floristic studies? One thing, it provides information on plant diversity. Because without these things, we cannot get the information on plant diversity of any area. And in fact, we lack plant diversity studies in many small regions, though we are now compiling flora in India and of course, and other major state floras, but still on a regional basis. Suppose I want to know about flora of northern Coimbatore. Do we have a study done? No. Help us to understand local status of flora. That's one thing, another important reason why we should be doing. Any plant. And today, information on plants are becoming very, very crucial for many kinds of people, including agriculturists, including veterinarians, and of course, for Vaidyas, there are a large number of people who need information on plants, horticulturists. So where do we get? And for example, I was searching for one of the plant, Ravenia spectabilis, which is a Acanthaceae member. In the internet, it shows Chennai and Coimbatore. So where in Coimbatore this plant is present? Is it in house gardens, or is it sold in nurseries, or is it present widely? I have no information. So it is this information that is going to be crucial on local status of the flora, plus whether a plant is becoming rare or whether it is a plant is probably spreading fast. All this information can come only from floristic studies. And it gives inputs on changing patterns. What was there 5 years ago? What is it today? And how things have changed. What kind of plants have increased? What kind of plants have come down? What kind of habitats probably have gone? And how we have lost a certain kinds of plants. All these things can come only through a floristic study. Then it is a tool to develop taxonomic expertise. If you want to make someone a taxonomist in any of your students, maybe there are students who are interested in this topic, and maybe some of you are probably handling projects in these areas. So if you want to develop a person's interest and make him or her as a taxonomist, I think the best way is to give a floristic study to the student, ask him to do a project. By this way, they will start learning not only identification, also they will slowly develop taxonomic expertise, for which, of course, you have to guide. So all these things are very important and very crucial for understanding or for doing a floristic study. It is not moving. Next slide. Right. What happened? Next slide is not moving. Okay. So this question is often being raised, whether we should do flora or a revision. Well, it's sometimes a question that is not really very relevant to the present topic, but at least we should understand both are important in their own merit. What needs to be considered is the sincerity and in-depth study. Whether it is a flora or a revision, both things require these two aspects. We should be sincere in doing it, and our study should be actually an in-depth study. We cannot do a hodgepodge study and do it, uh, somehow make it up. And that's what we try to do now. And if I ask you, the participants, I hope most of the participants are teachers. Am I right? Most of the participants are teachers, maybe some are research scholars. How many of you or how many of your students use floras on a regular basis, not on a day-to-day basis, at least weekly once, or at least monthly once? How many of you refer floras or use floras for plant identification? Right? It'll be difficult to answer for you, but very few of us use, including botanists. So when we don't use floras, why do we need floras? Which means they become old-fashioned. We have probably no patience to open up a flora, go through the key, identify the plant, and then probably pass on the information or probably use the information for our purpose. So why the floras have become old-fashioned? Can we rejuvenate? That is why my topic, can we write a flora with relevance to a wider section of the society? Now, who uses the flora? Let me come back to another question. Who uses the flora? The flora is used only by botanists. I don't think an agriculturist or a horticulturist or a Vaidya or probably some other student, even mathematics students, they also require this information. So who uses a flora? That's a question. So we write floras only for botanists, and even among botanists, only a small section of botanists use flora, if not regularly, at least probably infrequently. But today, most of them are done through internet, by softwares, by programs that are already there. People post a picture, somebody else answers, and we don't know whether it is correct or wrong. And we take the information as correct and probably use it in our dissertations. So is this method correct? So how do we rejuvenate floras? How do we make people to come back to learning plants using floras? Right? I'm just saying people, not botanists. So we should target people, not simply botanists. Botanists are also a section of people. But our floras are targeted only towards botanists. That is the mistake that we have done. Because we should thank this man, Carl Linnaeus, for teaching us how to write a flora. Though his floristic expertise is probably on a limited number of plants in those days, but today plants numbers have burgeoned. But he's the one who started the art of writing flora, because he's also probably the first among many things. So let's not go into the detail. But He also trained people to explore. Coming back to the next topic, linking to next topic, he also trained people to explore. All his probably disciples went to different parts of the world, corrected plans for him, and sent to him for identification, or sent to him for compiling into a flora. So whether it is species plantarum or genera plantarum, everything resulted because of the teamwork, especially from the students. And he was the pivotal person in compiling the knowledge and in compiling the information that is pouring from different parts of the world through his students. So I think we should probably thank him for providing us a methodology and being very critical. Linnaeus is not someone, of course, who did hodgepodge job. He's very critical, and he taught us how to do better. So if you look into examples of early floristic studies in India, there are a number of floras. So I will not go into the details of floras that are necessary, that are there currently. It's simply some very classical old floras I've taken as an example. And how those floras are written, because those floras are written for a different purpose in those days. It had some information, and it required mostly for the people who rule the country for different purposes. It is either to understand the resources, it is either to understand the distribution patterns, it is either to understand the exploitation of the resources. So there are a number of things that were hidden into these things. So it is not simply kind of a taxonomic expertise, but it's also kind of economic exploitation. And that's another thing most of these floras contain. So this is an example of early floristic study, J.D. Hooker. For one reason, of course, this man has to be admired. J.D. Hooker is somebody who has written a flora. I don't know how many of you have actually looked into Hooker's Flora of British India. Unnecessarily, we cannot see each other, but otherwise you would have raised your hands. But how many of you seriously looked at the Hooker's Flora? Maybe very few. I don't know how many, maybe your libraries have at least a copy of this flora, or some libraries even may not have. But if you look at Hooker's flora, it is not just one person. Hooker is not the only person who wrote the entire flora. In fact, there is a participation of artists. It's a teamwork. He was only an editor. But if you read the flora, it looks as if it is written by one person. That's the editor's job. He did a great editing job, and he brought a great uniformity, even though it's written by different people. And that is why Hooker's flora is admirable to me. And if you look into Hooker's flora, the kind of information it provides is something which is very important to any botanist. Even today, probably I would look into this flora for kinds of variation, for kinds of ecological information, for kinds of the phytogeographic information that it provides. This kind of information I will never get in any of the flora that has been published afterwards. So that way, this is one of the great piece of work to me. Look at this. This Rus saxtinia, of course, you know, it's a medicinal plant. And look at the details of the distribution, either in the British India or elsewhere in other places. And he also describes the variations in the plant, which he has observed. These kinds of variations, whether they hold good for taxonomic varieties or not, many of times, in fact, many of the new varieties, new species that are described are picked up information from these clues that are provided by Hooker. But it is important for us to understand, to record these local variants. How many of us do provide local variants? How many of us do understand this local variation? So this is going to be very important for us, picking an example from the early flora. This is Flora sylvatica by another great botanist. And what is important in the floras in the later stages, of course, in fact, our flora started with the illustrations. If you go back into the history of classification, Illustrations were once very, very important in many of the floras, especially the medicinal floras, right from diasporides. But later on, illustrations have become much more important in terms of taxonomic point of view. So look at the quality of illustrations that is provided in the Bedome Sylvatica. And such beautiful illustrations are there. These illustrations sometimes are also colorful and lifelike. You can actually, it's almost like seeing a plant. It's so that is the goodness of these floras. But today's floras are simply just black and white or sometimes color photographs. They're also, of course, helpful. But this kind of information, without you going into the dissection of a flower and try to extract as much information from an illustration, is something which we need to also bring back into condition. This is Flora of Madras, very popularly called as Gamble's Flora. All of us understand Gamble's Flora. You know, Gamble's Flora is, yes? Is there any question? Or, yes, ma'am? I don't understand. Is there anything that I can attend to?
No, sir. Actually, there's some disturbance from the participants, sir.
Okay, sorry. Right, okay.
Sorry, sir.
So that will always be there. That will always be there, don't worry. So the flora of Madras is a kind of a standard flora in southern India, I would say, in general. Yesterday, a day before yesterday, I posted a plant picture in our botanist group from our college. It's Creativa Adamsoni. I posted the plant picture and wrote the name as Creativa Adamsoni. Suddenly, one of my senior, of course, he's 5 years senior to me, posted back a query. Does Gamble has missed this plant? He did not describe this plant in his Flora of Madras presidency. Then I have to reply him back. There are name changes. There are misidentifications. So the correct identification today is Creativa Adamsoni. It is not Creativa religiosa or magna, as it has been told in the Gamble. So for us, Gamble was Bible for a long time. And even today, in many colleges, many college teachers still fall back on Gamble as the only source of information for identification, or as the only source of information botanical names. But now things have come, or things have gone far ahead. We literally have to come out of Gamble Club. And I don't know how we are going to come out in the absence of replacing floras. So that's going to be important for us. And look at his kind of notes. His notes clearly gives us not only the plant name, and also it gives us a very clearly what is the distribution information, the altitude, and the areas in which it is distributed. This is needed for me, or this is needed for many people. Those who are working on plants would understand it is not simply the binomial that is needed for botany. It is the information that surrounds a binomial is much more important than a binomial. And very often, our later floras have forgotten this aspect. We started concentrating only on binomials, which is probably why we don't use any of the present floras. And also the notes that is given by and the local names. All these things are going to be very important in writing a flora with relevance. I think I'll skip this. No, okay. Yes. Right. This is Cook's flora. I'll skip this. So, what is our floras today? How are our floras written today? Though I say this is what is the truth. It's a semi-plagiarized description sentence. Nobody probably has done it based on original information or original observation. We pick up something, some floras. Most often in some of the floras that are being recently written are simply cut and paste. Today, Your e-floras have come into handy for cut and paste techniques. So it is something which is very bad practice that is currently practiced by many, many taxonomists. Hardly people take up specimens, dissect it, and sit down with the specimens, write keys, descriptions, and then, of course, compile this information to be put into a flora. Simply because we feel that we lack time. Not that we lack time, we lack probably the intention to do it. So that's where we fail. And most important thing is by doing the semi-plagiarized descriptions and keys, the critical field observation get missed. Because what's important of flora, as I told you earlier, it is not the binomial alone, it is not the plant name alone. As if floras are not written by only for plant names. No. If floras are written by only plant notes, those checklists earlier in earlier days that were published is good enough. I publish only the list of plants. Maybe there is a key, that is enough. Why do we need the flora? And it will probably save lots of pages and thus save the paper cost, and also probably it is ecologically a sound idea. So it is important to provide critical field observations. If I go to a field, what I learn about a plant in the field, how it probably looks to me in the field, what kind of characters I can observe in the field, how the field characters differ from place to place. That is something which is very, very important. And as I told you, this has resulted in less originality. And there are very few floras that have been written in the last 10, 15 years, or probably in the last 20 years too, are actually at least 100% original. I would have been happy if at least many of them are 50% original. So, and less relevance. This is my concern. Floras have no relevance to general public. Right? That's the major issue today. This is an example of current flora. Of course, this is Flora India. Though it is from my alma mater, Botanical Survey of India, I need to say how, of course, it failed to attract people. Though people use it, Flora India people use it. Large number of people use it as a reference. Large number of also people use it for copying descriptions and nomenclature. But what kind of information I get from this? See this, it is distribution. Distribution is only state-wise. Good, it is state-wise. So, but other than that, where in Bihar it is present, what kind of ecology it probably occupies. Like if you go back to Gamble Flora, it clearly says, this is the altitude in which the plant is present. This is the kind of forest type in which it is present. And that is what I am looking for. As a phytogeographer, as an ecologist, or as a general public who want to collect the plant, I mean, I know Tamil Nadu, I know Kerala, of course I know Andhra Pradesh. But where do we go and get this plant? What kind of forest I look for? Unless I know the plant already, it is occurring in these places. Where do you get? So that is the lack of information in these things. And notes, look at the notes. It's very simple. Timber used for carpentry and shipping purposes. Fine. So, but otherwise, there is a good amount of information that is missing, which is going to be much more relevant to general public. And that is why we need to completely reorient the writing of floras today to appeal not only to the botanists, also to the general public. And that's going to be an important exercise that we should be doing it in the next 5 years or 10 years. There is another term that is there in practice, that is florula. I don't know how many of you have heard about this term. Florulas are for smaller regions with more intensive field observations. Otherwise, if you're doing a flora of a taluk, or if you're doing a flora of a city, or if you're doing a flora of a small place, it could be even a cluster of villages, a panchayats. So, and that flora is going to be much more meaningful if it is done properly again. In the sense, flora should be written with intense field observations. Field observations of all sorts of things. If I look for some information in today's flora, I don't get. See, for example, we are compiling the plant diversity, the flowering plant diversity in Tamil Nadu. This is the third updated compilation that we are doing it. The book will be out very soon. I was looking for information. For example, Barleria cristata, December poo, which is very, very common ornamental flower in Tamil Nadu and of course in South India. This plant is cultivated, of course, it's also sold in the market. So I was wondering to put this information where it is cultivated on a commercial scale so that people will understand the plant is cultivated on a commercial scale for markets. So this information is very important today, the kind of plant trade that happens. Is there any information that is given in any of the floras, at least in many of the floras, about the plant trade and about the areas of cultivation? If a plant is coming to market, like this December poo, Barleria cristata, if it is coming to the market, if it is sold in the Chennai market or any other markets, definitely it must be coming from a cultivated source. It cannot be probably coming from small household collections. So I was wondering where it is cultivated in Tamil Nadu. It took me for some time, and I kept on inquiring several of my contacts, and finally, of course, I got the information. So this kind of inputs are going to be very important to make any flora, even if it is going to be a compendium or a list. The information that you provide about a plant is going to be crucial for people to use it. Otherwise, a list of names is simply doesn't matter, at least to me now. Now I literally hate list of names because they don't have any meaning to me. And that's how we have killed the taxonomy. We treat a taxonomy as only as a list of names. People are not interested in simply learning this, right? So who uses floras? As I told you earlier, floras are written only for botanists and for those who seek scientific data. So only these two categories use floras. Otherwise, nobody else now want the floras that are written in the current mode of writing. But floras do not meet the requirement. The floras are required for many kinds of people. People need, ecologists need floras because they need to understand the distribution, they need to understand the variations. And simply they don't use floras because the floras don't give this information. Geographers and at least the distribution within the local region, distribution within the country, distribution outside the country, where it is present, to understand the plant geography, phytogeography. Anthropologists, how it is connected to people, how it is connected to cultures. And Vaidyas, what kind of medicinal uses it is being put in, and which parts it is being put in. It may not be a kind of a blanket use in all cases, but there may be specialist uses in certain areas, in certain pockets. So these informations need to be captured if it is available from the field or from inside. But we don't capture these things. We simply put it on a very, very low-key basis, or probably on a very kind of a flat basis. Plant used for medicine. Fine. Of course, if it is a large compilation, I can understand that. But if it is going to be a specific flora, like for example, if you are using a flora of a particular region, let's say flora of Visakhapatnam, or flora of somebody else, something else, some other country or some other state, you have to write this information very specifically for what it is being used. And general public, how do general public come into the picture? The example I told you, I want to know where a plant is cultivated. I want to know where probably brinjals are cultivated in Tamil Nadu. I want to know where a particular medicinal plant is being collected from Tamil Nadu. Or I want to know where an ornamental plant, Tagetes, the marigold, is cultivated in different, which are the different parts in which it is cultivated. Because I'm a merchant, I want to go and buy these things, and I want to trade these things. I need this information. So do or for us provide this information to people like this. And if they don't provide only this category which uses, it becomes an endemic use among botanists. It does not cater to wider section of people. And that is why the floras are losing their relevance. And most importantly, we do not take community into consideration. Floras are written for, should be written for communities, because it is ultimately the communities that uses plant resources. It is ultimately the communities that conserve plant resources. It is ultimately the community that is concerned with the plant resources. So for these reasons, we should consider the community needs when you write a flora. You can probably ask me how we can, how community is connected, because it's a botanical exercise. That is where that is where we have gone wrong. It cannot be a complete botanical exercise today if we don't take into community into consideration. It will be an incomplete botanical exercise. So please try to bear this point in mind in case any of you are already writing a flora, are probably going to write a flora, are planning to write a flora. What is essential for writing a flora? So this is going to be more important. A thorough knowledge on morphology. This is where again a large number of confusions occur. Though there are enough guides or enough illustrated guides that are available to teach about morphological terms, and especially connecting a photo or even an illustration to give you the correct term. But many colleges are not, probably either may have these books or may not have these books. One moment. Person on upper face. Okay. So there are a number of guides that are available, which gives you the correct application of the term. And of course, now there are compound terms that are being used when the shape cannot be correctly fixed. So we should use we should have a thorough knowledge on morphology and a critical understanding of nomenclature. Because this is being now probably set right, but still many people are not aware of this. There are a large number of people still fall back on plant list, which is now old and which is completely changed to a new platform today. A critical understanding of nomenclature is very important. The names are changing. Names are changing every day. So, and the name that was used, that's why the problem of Cretiva adansonii and Cretiva religiosa came into. The names are changing due to a number of reasons. And these nomenclature changes must be brought into the recent floras. And interestingly, Google picks up these name changes and gives you the correct name. And when Google picks up and gives you the correct name, why not Botany pick up? Why not Botany pick up at least from the websites from which the Google picks up? So there are a large number of things that are happening in the nomenclature. We should be updating constantly. It is not that we refer once and forget about it. And when I was addressing the Tamil Nadu Agricultural Forest College, which belongs to Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, which is again in Coimbatore, when I told about these nomenclature changes, in fact, a staff member told, sir, our students are probably much better than many of us. When I tell probably an older name, students immediately will tell me, sir, this name is changed and this is what is the current name. So the younger generation is much more probably updating itself, and they are probably much more versatile in using computers and websites and other platforms. But whereas teachers are getting outdated and old-fashioned. And in fact, teachers should be constantly updating to provide momentum to the learning of taxonomy or writing for us. Knowledge on ecological methods. This is going to be very important. Because unless we have ecological methods used in the writing flora, there is no way that we can probably understand the composition of a vegetation. It is not, of course, though the coordinate methods and other things are necessary in today's writing floras. You may not exactly represent the same way that is there, like the indices that we use in the ecological methods. We may not probably exactly represent that. But the gist of those information can be represented in a different manner, so that it provides a totally different outlook for the plants that we are describing. And training in illustration and spatial mapping, because this is another important key skill that is required. And that's why I said illustrated floras are becoming important. Today, photo floras are becoming very important. To my knowledge, probably the trees of Delhi is better sold than any of the floras that is published by either government organizations or private bodies. Why? Because there are illustrations, photos, photos of plants to tell them, to give them an image about what is this plant, how this plant looks like. Whether it is good or bad, an image would provide a better idea about a plant name. And this is completely missing today. Though it is becoming a costly affair today to have color photographs, but I think as much as possible, we should move towards this. That is why Flora of Delhi. Flora of Delhi is hardly probably, now of course, I think it's 1,000 rupees. It is, of course, every time when I buy it mostly to present it to students and visitors. And every time I order and buy, there will be at least a few hundred rupees of price increase in the market. So why it is so popular? Why it is so popular in the sense, people use it. It is usable. It is user friendly. I just simply turn to the requirement of my nature, and it gives me exactly what I need. There is a plant, there is a leaf morphology, and there is a description that is written in a semi-technical manner, and it also gives where in Delhi it occurs. Of course, it occurs. It is pertaining to Delhi, so it's about Delhi. But if you're writing a flora for other places, I think we should use that model. Now, using that model, number of books are started coming. Today, illustrated floras, particularly the photo floras, are increasing. Spatial mapping with the GPS technology. With the GPS technology today, it is very important to use spatial mapping so that these mapping would tell how the plant species are distributed and how the plant species distribution can be used for either for conservation or at least for to locate these species. And today, of course, a number of people use this technology, but botanists are probably, especially in the thesis that deal with the kind of flora or floristic studies, or theses that deal with even revisions. I have not seen much of GIS mapping, except a few people who are adept in using it. So otherwise, most thesis is simple, descriptive. They don't use anything else. So when you read this thesis, after 15, 20 pages, you feel like putting it off and closing the book. So that is why sometimes even accepting valuation for taxonomy is boring. And today's flora's work, particularly the kind of flora work that is going on, and especially the flora studies that is practiced either in colleges or in universities or in research organizations. This is a syndrome that is probably prevailing among many guides, particularly many guides, and also among students. The new species syndrome. If you've done a good flora, you've probably documented everything. You've done such critical studies, including local variations, and you have also done mapping of the plants, at least not all plants, at least some of the important plants. So what else, if you take this information to the guide as a student, the guide will frown his face or her face. Hey, what is this? Don't you have any new species in your flora? That's the question that is being asked. New species is not mandatory for a good thesis on flora. A new species is not mandatory for a good publication of a flora. And today, the new species are of three kinds. One, of course, is the thesis species. Just like the guides ask, don't you have any new species? So you have the inventor species. And these species very often, of course, do not probably stand for a long time, they get merged. And paper species, because you invented a new species, you also need to publish this as a paper. So you look for a journal that publishes this kind of papers, or at least without much quality. So these journals publish anything and everything when you pay some money to them. And there are a number of journals that are probably in the market today. And you also get in the internet through your mails such information about such journals. In fact, journals now started offering almost like the shopping malls. You publish one species, you publish the other one free. So such kind of techniques are being adopted, and people fall prey to this. That's why they call prey journals. So these journals, which doesn't look into quality, are actually killing the science. So you produce a species just for the sake of publishing a paper. So these two species will never stand on their own. And that's why many of the species that are published, I say many, not all, many of the species that is published by Indian taxonomists without consideration, without looking critically, are being merged by good taxonomists. Even from our own India, that they are getting merged. So we should avoid these two. And what is important is population species. We should study the population and identify whether the species stands new or not within the population variation. And then, of course, publish this as a new species. Only then it can stand. Okay. So how can we make floras and florillas meaningful? One, go for critical observations. These critical observations should be useful for many sections of people. As I said, geographers, ecologists, people, common people, and also for Vaidyas, because Vaidyas do need this information. Many people sometimes ask me, sir, where can I go and get this plant? I need it for medicine. In fact, as I was serving in the college till 4 years ago, many people come to a college and ask me whether I can collect the plant from the college campus. So such kind of information is important and needed, where you can collect a plant for any purpose, and even research students. In fact, research students, now today, research students are not only from botany, the biotechnology students, biochemistry students, and all kinds of students who uses plant specimens, nanotechnology. You imagine today, there's a wider section of scientific disciplines use plants as resources in their research studies. All of them need plants. And that is why, and in fact, many students don't even know how a plant looks like and where the plant grows. They simply employ a professional character, or they simply probably get help from their friends elsewhere, get the plant. And when you do such kind of things, you have no critical information, critical observation about these plants. That's the problem in many of these theses today. Record local variations. That's quite important. It could be maybe a length of a thorn, or it could be variation in flower color. It could be variation in stem and leaf color, or it could be variation in length of internodes, or it could be variation in any other character. There are a large number of characters that vary from place to place depending on the ecology. And these local variations are going to be very, very important in recording, because they provide some understanding about the phenotypic plasticity of plant and where a delimitation can be drawn about this plasticity and where you can erect a new species. So this is a critical information that is required in the floras to make it much more relevant to a wider section of people. Provide distribution patterns, right? Distribution patterns. For example, a plant that may be present only in clayey soils, or only in probably black cotton soils. A plant, of course, I would give you as an example is Nomadica tuberosa, which is a very small bitter gourd, which is very commonly cultivated in Thuthukudi and Kovilpatti area in a black cotton soil. It comes up, of course, on its own along the fences. It's also put for cultivation along the fences. The vegetable comes into market only around that region. Very rarely it comes into other parts of Tamil Nadu. And suddenly, of course, one of the students brought this fruit from one of the city markets. Then I've asked the student to get information from where this fruit is being procured. I thought, of course, It is also reaching city markets from Thoothukudi and Kovilpatti areas. But the student said, no, sir, it is coming from Mumbai. Then we are looking for this information. Of course, both Maharashtra and this part of Tamil Nadu has the black cotton soil. And wherever black cotton soil, this plant can be grown as an important vegetable crop. So this distribution patterns is very important to understand how and where I can cultivate a plant and how and where I can get a supply and how and where probably I can go for information. So that information should be present in the flora. We simply don't provide that. And maps, if possible, to GPS locations or GIS map. And today GPS technology, GPS of course is very cheap. Sometimes even your mobile offers this GPS technology. And there are many mobiles that if you take a snap, it provides good location, if not exact pinpointed lat-long information, but at least somewhat possible with the locations. And with the GPS locations, you can map it in the GIS software to get an exact locations and try to understand the mapping. This mapping is going to be important if you're looking into a rare plant. And especially looking into the past and present distributions of plants. Then you will understand where the plant diversity has gone down, where the plant diversity has gone up, and what kind of plants probably have become more, what kind of plants have become less. So all this possible. And it gives me a better mental picture if you look into about the distribution of plants and about changing patterns of plants. All these things I can easily infer from a map rather than going through probably a good write-up. A write-up, of course, it comes later, but for a quick grasp, this is going to be more important to me. A special focus on alien species and the mode of introduction. The large number of alien species are now being introduced, especially as ornamentals or even as weeds. When you suddenly see a plant that you have not been seen in that area, at least for last 10 years, it could be in a nursery, or it could be probably in a home garden, or it could be in a waste place. So I think the focus should be from where it has come from. So this is going to be very important because plants are being introduced through several routes. So maybe there are plants that are introduced through horticultural trade that now, of course, we are finding it happening more in the cities. Because if you take Chennai city alone, there are more than 400 cacti in trade coming from Delhi and landing in different metropolitans, and many people are using it. Unfortunately, when you throw a cacti outside, because you couldn't afford to grow anymore, and what happens is these cacti are very hardy species. They survive anywhere, and you are creating an opportunity for it to become an invasive species. So that is why a number of species that are today are either ornamental species that are simply gone out of control, or probably a few other alien species that have been brought accidentally into our condition. So we need to have a focus on alien species, trying to understand from where it is introduced, from which route it is introduced. Local uses. It is not always the text like Siddha and Ayurveda or probably other medicinal texts that matters, or even probably books like the Watts Dictionary of Economic Products of India, or even Plants of India. So all these things do have uses, but they've already been recorded. But what is more important is local uses. Many of these local uses are still unrecorded. And there is a definite kind of a pattern in these local uses. And these uses are very important to get recorded. Right? See, for example, I give you some practical examples for you to understand how it is important. All of you know Gloriosa superba. And of course, all of you know its tuber is poisonous. When we are trying to do a study in the nearby hill area, the Gloriosa superba in local language here, though it's called literally by different names, but among the villages, it is called Kannuvalipu, that is a plant of eyesore. As a young student, I was probably made to believe, and also as a school student, when you see the plant, your eyes get sore, you get an eye disease. That is not actually the reason. So, but when we looked into the local use, when we are exploring a nearby area, we found the local people use this plant for the treating eye diseases. It could be cataract or it could be anything else. So there are a large number of eye diseases that are being treated by this plant. And that explains the local name also. Many people probably misunderstood the application of this local name and try to probably uh, blame this plant. So we have to record these local uses, and it is give us new uses that are not recorded in very traditional recordings that have already been published. So, and ethnobotanical information, including phenological data. Ethnobotanical information, of course, is also partly to do with local uses, but not exactly ethnobotanical information. Local use also probably in terms of use of vegetables. There are very many number of greens and very many number of local vegetables which doesn't come into the market are used as vegetables locally. Maybe either by a particular community or by in a group of villages. So it can happen in any place. These information are very important to broaden our food scale. So it is going to be something which we should be concentrating on these things. That's why we can make it locally relevant. As I told you today, I see many people coming into the market without the knowledge of greens. Tamil Nadu is one of the states. If maybe there are other states also equally aware of such things, but Tamil Nadu is one of the states which uses innumerable greens in the cooking. Anything, let it be an introduced plant. Yes, we will try to explore. Ipomia aquatica, which is probably a common invasive species in many of the ponds and lakes. People collect the plant and sell it in the market as greens. So there is a local name for it. And today, interestingly, many of the alternantheras that are sold in the market, I'll show you this also later. Many of the alternantheras that are being sold in the market, these alternantheras are all tropical American species. It is not the native species of alternanthera which is prescribed in the medicine system of Tamil Nadu. So all of them are sold in the same name. And in fact, many people don't even know how to probably distinguish what was original and what is probably now being replacing the original plant in the trade. So these things are becoming very important even for a person, a layman, for example, an housewife. She may not be a botanist. She need not be a botanist. But they should know the differences between the original and the duplicate, or at least the alternate. So that is how you will make your floras very relevant. Otherwise, if you simply mention Alternanthera ficcidea or Alternanthera probably triandra, this is Ponnangani, this is Ponnangani, this is Ponnangani, there is no use. Ethnobotanical information, I said, that's ethnobotanical information. Maybe there are a few communities that are there. It need not be only from tribes, even from other communities. There may be a carpenter community, there may be a potter community, or there may be a coal making community. So there are large number of sections among societies. Each one of them have a special knowledge on plants. So it is not that people are simply are without any knowledge, but you have to tap this knowledge. There may be just few people who have this knowledge, but you still have to tap this knowledge. And this phenological data is going to be very important connecting to these users and also because there is a particular time when you get these things. There is a particular time when you get a tuber. There is a particular time when you get a plant in the market. There is a particular time when you get a green in the market. So you may not get every time in the market, so you should know this phenological data. And plus, very important for people to understand, unambiguous as far as possible, polythetic is using many characters employing easily identifying characters, not that immediately going into the placentation. This is marginal. This is probably other kinds of placentation, or not going into the details of very minute characters like 1 mm length or 2 mm length, things like that. If it is a group like that, grasses, like for example grasses, yes, they are possible. But for many groups, we can easily employ very good and easily identifiable characters, easily observable characters. And why, of course, many of our forums lack this is they lack originality. If you go back to my point, this is one example how the floras can become very relevant. In a sense, this one phenomenon called hypsilomorphosis. This is one phenomenon of variation, ecological variation, which is described by the botanists. This deals about altitudinal variation. How the same plant exhibit different morphology at different altitudes. It may vary in height, it may vary in leaf size, it may vary in number of lateral leaves and all the other characters. So if someone collects a plant from the foothills of a locality and records it, and the same person goes to the top of the hill and collected a different plant, probably the same species, but with a totally different morphology, and try to describe it. He might describe, or he or she might describe the species collected at the top as a new species. In fact, such mistakes, not mistakes, of course, such, such misinterpretations have happened in the botanical history. There are a number of species which have been described. Actually, they are altitudinal variations. They cannot be dealt as new species. So, for example, I'll show you an example. This is a study done by one of our students from the Andamans, Saddle Peak. Look at these variations. It is at lower elevation. It's Diploclesia, one of the many spermaceae member. This is at lower elevation, and this is a middle elevation. And look at the scale. So here, this plant has little smaller leaves than at lower elevation. And as you move up to a higher elevation, the plant leaves become almost very small. And if I'm a less expertise in botany, or if I don't understand this phenomenon, I would probably identify this as Diploclesia, and this probably as a new species of Pachico. So, and that is how many mistakes have happened in the botany. So, should we do these mistakes again? So, we should have a thorough knowledge of these things. There are a number of kinds of things that are described. In fact, one of my students who recently finished his thesis on Holy Hills has described at least 5 or 6 kinds of such ecological variations which occur in Holy Hills. So this makes the thesis much more relevant to ecologists, to probably people who look for variations, and to people, of course, even to Vaidyas. Sometimes they may be probably perplexed with these kinds of variations, so that they may not choose a plant that is there in their vicinity. So we should be able to present this information in a pictorial manner. And sometimes using this information, there can be a large number of models that can be built. The mathematician can use this information to build a model, how and why these variations occur. What actually influences this variation? Is it light, or is it wind, or is it simply the altitude, or is it anything else? So that is sometimes which is very important for us to understand. So these kinds of information should be given to people who look for this in the floras. Distribution patterns. I told you already about this distribution patterns. These distribution patterns are very important. This again from our own study. I show this map in many places because when we were working on a particular plant, Eleocarpus veniscus, which is one of the critically endangered species from the southern Western Ghats, because it is located only few localities. especially in Kanyakumari district. Look at how it is distributed, because we went to each and every site where it is known from. We also discovered new sites. So these are the sites which are there for the species, or these are the sites in which the populations of the species are distributed. And though it is this area, but if you on the ground, it is a fragmented population. And when a population is fragmented, if you know how this population fragmented, then you can try to at least get measures to save the species. For example, preserving this whole area into these three areas are very close, and trying to bridge these areas in terms of vegetation. So these three areas can become one large area of conservation. And similarly, these areas. So it's very important to understand how the species are distributed and how they are fragmented. Keys, of course, this I will probably, of course, about the construction of a good key. It's very crucial to make a flora. And today, my consideration today is how you make it relevant. So key is a technical information. For most of the botany, in fact, botanists, many botanists themselves are not well versed with using keys. If you give gamble, many people probably will go wrong in using gamble keys because they are not strictly dichotomous. They are sometimes trichotomous. They are sometimes polychotomous. So it is very difficult to use gamble keys because they are also descriptive. So that is why, of course, we need to use keys. We need to construct keys in a very good and without any ambiguity. But my point here is today, can we construct keys in local languages? Well, I attempted in constructing a key for dryland trees for one of the forest department workshop to be given to them. Of course, I thought I lost it, but in the recent period, when I rearranged the books, I found it again. So now I want to expand it. If not in Tamil, you can do it in Telugu, you can do it in Malayalam, you can do it in probably Marathi, you can do it in Hindi. Yes, this is what we need for people. Publish information in local languages. So when I have a key in a local language, I need not be a botanist. I need not be an taxonomist. I can use the key and use to identify a plant. And this is what is needed for people. This is what is needed for public. So when you can make this way your work relevant to the communities, relevant to the wider sections of people, please put it in local languages. The only flora, to my knowledge, that has come in a local language, I don't know about other languages. One of the languages that actively works in science information is Marathi. In fact, I know a number of friends from Maharashtra, where they keep publishing in Marathi a large number of information and keep exchanging information. Sometimes they do send me in Marathi, which I cannot understand. So, and that kind of a passion should come. It is not to fragment scientific information, but it is to localize and it is to make this information to reach the communities. You should also publish in local language. Not you should only publish in local language, you should also publish in local language, which carries or which cut across the barriers of scientific communication so that people can use this scientific communication in a very popular way. And this trend should become popular now. I think we should cultivate this trend. Anyone who is trying to do this, though you may write articles in local languages, but still trying to do a scientific work in a local language is important, a habit to cultivate. And that's what we should be doing it. Right? We can aim at scientific publications for science sake in English, and that is for different sections of people. But for our own people who are in India or who are in our own states, this is going to be very important to get across the barriers and reach the communities. Yes, how do we make this important relevance? We should understand when you look at a forest or a plant, There are two ways of understanding a plant. And a plant may be an emic category, or plant may be an etic category. See, what is emic and etic? It's an anthropological terminology. That's why I said our floristic information will also probably be useful to anthropologists. And what is an emic category? It is emic category recognized by community. And what is an etic category? An etic category is recognized by educated, particularly by the scientist. See, for example, one of the examples I can give you is the tree called pala. I'm using a term that is common both in Tamil Nadu and also in Kerala. There is a tree, or there are plants which are named as pala either as a prefix or as a suffix. So pala in one way is a emic category. People recognize this plants that are known by pala for a few properties. One, it has a merculators. Two, it is a very hardy plant. Three, it can withstand drought. It can grow in very dry areas. So all these three properties combined, there are many species that are recognized with a prefix or suffix called pala. So it is an emic category. At the same time, when botanists look at the term pala, for them it means, mostly at least, it means Alstonia, Aedila pala, right? But for emic categories, it is Aedila pala. It is one kind of pala. It is not web pala. It is not Wrightia tinctoria, or it is not some other pala, right? So there are very clear distinction of palas. But if you look into the especially floras, they don't provide this distinction. Local name, pala. So what kind of pala is this? So that is what is important in understanding emic and etic categories. We should pay attention to the people's understanding of information about plants. We should pay attention to people's knowledge on plants. This is one thing which we try to do in one of the temple studies. Because if you ask a botanist to classify trees in a forest, any of your students, for example, or any of the teachers who are present in this forum, if you are doing a research, you would classify them into by traditional monocot, dicot, of course dicots don't apply, or probably into groups of families where this belongs to Malvaceae, this belongs to Rosaceae, this belongs to Cardaceae, things like that. But people also have their own classification about trees. Don't think people are unscientific. People are probably also scientific, but people are scientific in a way which is practically useful to them. They don't need to go to floras to identify it. They have different ways of looking at things. For them, it's two broad categories of trees, hardwood and softwood. And that is what needed for today for the trade, for the use in their day-to-day life. And another category of hardwood and softwood is whether a tree produces latex or whether the tree produces, it's a non-latex. And the next way to probably further categorize is what kind of sap it produces, whether it's red, or white, or a water sap. So, see, look at this classification practiced by people, where it is going to be very easy classification in terms of for the day-to-day usage, and in terms of pragmatism that is built into this. But I think why not we get these information and superimpose it to our floras? Is it going to be very difficult? Or is it going to be probably not understandable to the botanist when I say this is a softwood tree, right? Used for this purpose in this particular area. Is this information is not sacred to be present in the flora? Is only botanical information sacred to be present in the flora? So how do we make these floras much more relevant? By bringing in these things. And in fact, our floras should merge with the community knowledge. Our flora should merge with the knowledge that is available outside botanist. So, and that is when our floras will become very, very relevant. There is a local knowledge system that is available, and we have to probably build into this local knowledge system. See, why I'm telling this is the thing is the floras, of course, may not be using this because they are a little bit narrow in these things. But just last week, I had a call from one of the Goa ecologists. She said she is compiling stories about flowers. And she has compiled something from Maharashtra. She wanted to know whether there are any published stories from Tamil Nadu or from anywhere in South India. So I connected her to a folklore person who, of course, who would be helping her. So the information about, because these stories are also important from a different points of view. Whether it is taxonomy or whether it is flora or ethnobotany. How many ethnobotanical pieces are actually recorded these stories? Or how many probably taxonomic information, floras have recorded these stories? At least in a brief form. These stories also have sometimes botanical importance. And that is where we should understand floristic studies need to be interdisciplinary. It needs to be connected with the history, it needs to be connected with philosophy, it needs to be connected with the language, and it needs to be connected with the social perceptions. And we should remember a plant is not merely a binomial. I told you the mistake that we have done is treating a plant as a binomial. That is why we are cut off from the actual knowledge about plants. And that is why probably when you go into a class and speak to a group of students about taxonomy, and how do we speak? We simply speak leaves alternate, opposite, right? Flowers, like flowers 5 meters or 4 meters, all kinds of things we speak. What does it matter to a student? Why should you learn all these terminologies? And at the end, finally, of course, we tell these are the important plants in this family only by numbers. We don't even give them the local names very often. So only binomials, we treat them, our subject taxonomy, only as Greek and Latin. No. We should be treating our subject as culturally integrated one. Unless we treat in this manner, unless we write floras in a culturally integrated manner, our floras are still alien to the common public, are alien to many people. In fact, flora should be useful even to a politician. A politician should be able to refer to a flora whenever there is a problem about a plant or even about any of the resource that is coming up in his own constituency. So we should write floras to such an extent, culturally integrated. And we should record oral histories, folk songs, and folk stories because this is very important for a different perspective. Local names. Local names provide, it's just not local names. In fact, if you dig into local names, if you try to understand local names with a little more critical way of probably dissecting them, you will get large number of information. Local names can provide you history, especially history of transport, history through which it is introduced, and migration history particularly. Local names also provide about uses. Local names provide about ecology. Local name provides about variations. Local names also provide about the myths. So there is large number of information that can be derived from local names. But unfortunately, we don't insist on local names. In the botanists, especially taxonomists, how do we teach taxonomy? We teach only with the Greek and Latin names. When someone says, no, they are not important, they are variable, they vary from place to place, use botanical names. No. Botanical names should be used where it should be used. You are mentioning to a scientific community, or if you are writing a paper, yes, use a botanical name. Or if you're writing an article, you use a botanical name for probably for universality sake. But if you are using this information for a local community sake, use a local name. Doesn't matter if it varies, because in each place it is known by a different name. So, and local names are very, very important. We cannot ignore these local names. And right, and especially today we are struggling with local names. I told you we are compiling the plans of Tamil Nadu. So when we are trying to compile local names, the kind of spellings in which local names are written, because we don't use phonetic notations today, because many of us don't understand either, don't use them. So we simply write literally. And when we write it in all sorts of spelling variations. So if you go into any of those portals, biodiversity portals that are there, freely available, you will find all kinds of spellings for the same name. In fact, many of these portals have brought a lot more confusion to the local names. So it's very important to use the correct way of pronunciation of these local names. Otherwise, and it's the same way, it has also brought confusion into even community names, right? And there are larger court cases that is pending on community names. So we should let us not create more confusion. Try to understand how they pronounce and write it exactly the same way, if possible, also in the local language, so that there is no confusion about people who know a local language and how to read the name. Right? Reading it in English can create confusion. Yeah. This again, how we bring community information into our floristic studies. There's a case study from Saddle Peak, a study done by one of our students. So there are 208 plants that have local names, of 816 plants, which means these 1/4 of the plants are important community-wise. That is the inference that we should be getting. Why don't other plants have? Because they are not being used by the community. Unless a plant comes into the community's requirement, community need not identify it. Our community need not ascribe a name. Very rarely, of course, it may ascribe a name, even if it is not being used, maybe for some other reasons. But mostly we ascribe names only based on reason or based on proximity to the community. But if you look into the kind of names for 208 plants, 83% of them names are in Hindi. Irrespective of linguistic groups, Andaman has large number of linguistic groups. There are Malayalis, there are Andhras, there are Tamilians, there are Bengalis, there are also people from Chotanagpur. So there are large number of languages that are spoken in fact, Andaman is called mini India, as you know. So many languages that are present. But why 83% names are Hindi then? Why not other names did not diffuse into their practice? It's because mostly the official language that is there is Hindi, and people brought these names through other kinds of things, either through forestry or through other things. It is these names that are in practice, and that's how, of course, they become common names. And interestingly, commercially important trees still bear Burmese names, because these names were brought into the practice by Burmese forest laborers. So they use these names, which are still commonly being practiced. And very few native Andamanese names have diffused into settlers' knowledge. So that is something which is we can understand. And we should probably bring such kind of information into the floristic studies. Only then the flora, when it is written, is a relevant flora to many people. Suppose I'm living in Tamil Nadu. If I'm working a flora near Coimbatore, or at least bordering Palakkad, if I ignore Malayalam names that is present in their areas, I'm not doing justice. I should also record those names. Refer, it's a Malayalam name, and also refer a Tamil name. So sometimes the Malayalam name itself as much as a Tamil name there. So I should be careful enough to understand from where it comes. I cannot simply record it as a Tamil name, because we say it's a Malayalam name which is commonly used by the local population. So, and that is how we should be probably recording it truly and sincerely, any information from the field. And we should also understand plants from cultural perspective. This should be reflected in our floras. There are livelihood species and life support species. What kind of species are that are collected from the either from forests? It need not be only from forests, also from common areas. Today, if you go to dry areas, for example, places like Virudhunagar, or places like Madurai or Thoothukudi, there are a large number of plants that are collected for selling in the market. It may be for greens or it may be for medicinal resource. So, and that's a livelihood plant. People collect it and sell it. They may not use it by themselves. So we should know what kind of plants are being traded and from where they are coming. This is the biggest challenge today, especially from National Biodiversity Authority perspective. Especially from today, it's going to be much more important for benefit sharing mechanism. And suppose a plant that is present abundantly in your area is being collected by local communities or even communities coming from outside. Your own communities may not even know it is of trade importance, but communities that may come from outside and collect it and sell it to a market. So when this happens, the people in the local area who either unknowingly or knowingly conserve the species in a way, when it is collected by a different community and for a commercial purpose, the benefit sharing to this community is missing. So it's going to be very important in the years to come, where people should be concentrating in this area, livelihood species. And life support species is something which is very important also, because how people's life fall back on natural resources. It could be for medicinal purposes, it could be for timber purposes, or it could be for cultural purposes. A large number of uses are there, cultural uses are there for plants. So this also gives us the use patterns of plants. So do we have use patterns of plants in any of the flora given? No. Why not we bring it? So these are information we can probably relate to. For example, there may be a tree used by either by a forest community or by an outside forest community. This tree may be an important timber which may not be known to other people. If it's going to be a very quality timber, less known timber, then we can try to probably cultivate in large quantities, in large numbers, and then probably put it on a commercial scale for people to use it. So unless this information is recorded in the flora to be useful to either for the timber merchants or for the local community, this information is simply missing as much as possible. So we should be able to bring any kind of information into the flora. And all these things are also important because these are cultural informations. Heritage trees. Today this is gaining importance. Heritage trees. So one of our students is now working on trees of a small town in the central Tamil Nadu, where this and the student found it an interesting aspect of heritage trees. Heritage trees are important thermoregulators in the city, because larger the tree, larger the crown, of course, they better regulate the heat in that particular area. And such information is crucial to understand the urban forests. So there are also important and heritage trees. In Chennai, of course, people have identified a good many heritage trees. And again, through a study. So such things are happening. There is also a book published on heritage trees in Chennai. So it is important for us to understand such information in a floristic study. Otherwise, we don't know. And finally, in a few years, these trees may be missing from our vicinities. The trees are of cultural value because the tree may tell us a history. The tree may be probably associated with a culture, maybe a temple culture or a particular community culture. Or the tree may be associated with leader. See, for example, that by Nehru when he visited, another plant is by different political leaders. So you relate yourselves to these trees. And that is very important. important in recording the heritage trees, and we should bring this information in a flora so that it can be useful to a wider section of people. We need to record information about flora from the point of people, what people perceive as their biodiversity. As a botanist, I may probably record 500 species in an area that is immaterial as far as people are concerned. That may be necessary for our science purpose. Yes, it is still necessary. But from the people perspective, they may recognize only about 200 plants. And that is what is important for the people baggage registers. And their knowledge about these 200 plants and how do they see these plants, which plant was probably rare, becoming rare these days, which plants were abundance in early days, and what kind of uses they put into, and whether they collect by themselves or whether people come out from outside come and collect it. So if you go and inquire, the information will slowly emerge on these areas, and these to be recorded in the biodiversity registers. Otherwise, the benefit sharing mechanism will not work in a better way, because the applications largely that is now received by NBA simply mentions this plant is procured from Chennai market. This plant is procured from Mumbai market. Market don't produce plants. And people who sell in the market also don't collect plants from the areas. Ultimately, they will come from some area in India, either from Andhra or from Maharashtra or from Tamil Nadu or some forest area or some other area. So, if you don't have this information, how do you distribute the benefits accruing from the commercial use of these plants? It doesn't reach the actual people. So it is better we record this information in our floras. And that's why trade information is very, very important. In fact, we struggle to get this information on cultivation areas and trade for the book that we are compiling. And we try to do justice as much as possible for as much as we could lay our hands. So, and if we have the data recorded in these registers, it will be easy for any person who compiles such a kind of books. So your flora should also pave way for conservation studies. The population studies is one thing. The vegetation analysis, we should try to understand vegetation analysis. Habit conversions and changing flora. Which are the habits? Because if you look at many places, one of the habits that are fast disappearing is the wetlands. In many places, wetlands have simply disappeared. They've either become habitations or probably factories or probably something else. So, which are the habits that were converted in the last 10 years or in the last 5 years? What kind of plants that were present and what kind of plants we have lost completely or partially? So, these information should be brought into a flora, and so that it is important to understand the kind of changes that is happening in the flora. Invasion of aliens. The alien species, as I told you, is a major problem in a city and a major problem in the forest areas. So the alien species, we should understand from where it is coming. And that is why the study of nurseries in the city are going to be very, very critical and is becoming very important today. Because the plant nurseries bring plants right and left from any place on earth. What is important is their sale value. And there are plants that are introduced through horticultural trade. We know, of course, there are large number of plants that are introduced through horticultural trade. And recently, we had one hibiscus found in the down south of Tamil Nadu. And when we trace this, we know, of course, it has come from the Kerala. And of course, when we further trace this, we know how this is coming to Kerala, Tamil Nadu. It is through sale of horticultural plants, and the seeds enter through soil and escape and become a kind of a invasive weed. So we should be able to trace these informations and publish as papers, which will further go into the floras as notes. And it is critical notes about these alien plants or probably any other plants. And all these informations is going to be very important. It is not simply the distribution that it is present in these districts or in these states. So, and if we do this, if we improve our floras using all this information, I think we'll make our floras much more relevant. This is what I was saying about our one of the Alternanthera species. The typical Alternanthera, of course, I did not show the picture of typical Alternanthera here. This is an invasive species. And this is what is sold in the market today as the medicinal green, which is mentioned in Siddha, which was our original green, which our forefathers ate. Today, many people eat only this, except in certain rural areas. And look at this. This is brought as an ornamental plant, and look at the way it is spread. So, and what we do is when it overgrows, we just simply chop this plant and throw it. But this plant has a tremendous survival capacity and can easily catch up roots and probably spread. And so we increase its potential area of spread. Okay, I think that's about area space. So, and important is flora should be returned based on updated system of classification so that we also cater to the scientific community. This, I think these things are quite skipped because, so what is needed? What is needed to make a flora relevant to wider section is we should remember flora is not a mere list of species. A change in the mindset to write floras with relevance. And there are no excuses that we can give. No, I'm not trained in. It is very important to say no excuses and get into the job. Most of the information can be obtained from authentic websites. Today, there are a number of websites that are possible. And a comprehensive approach and original thinking. Forget about plagiarizing. Forget about copy paste. Think original. Even if you commit mistakes, original mistakes are much better than copied information. So let us be original. Even in our mistakes, let us be original. Writing floras in local languages. This is what I told earlier. And we should invent an appropriate technical language for writing a flora in local language. Because in many local languages, there are no technical terms. But at least in Tamil, I know, of course, I was involved. There is a good many number of technical terms have equivalent Tamil words. I don't know whether such terms do exist in other languages. If they don't, it is the duty of the botanist who know the languages and science better to merge and invent words. They should. And in fact, that's a great service to make a flora much more relevant for a wider section of people. So let's practice writing floras in local languages. Even if it's your own college flora, it doesn't matter. Start with that. Start with a small unit. Write it in Tamil. If you write it in Tamil, not only your botany students, and even among botany students, people who don't have a command and English knowledge will probably benefit much better. People from other departments, either it is mathematics or history or any other things, will benefit better by looking into floras that is written in the local language. So please try to follow this and make it a habit to write floras hereafter. You write your floras for international audience or a national audience in English. Yes, you should write. At the same time, cater to the local needs. That's very, very important. I think I stop here. My first lecture ends here. Thank you so much. If there is any points from your side for discussion, probably we'll take this.
Thank you, sir, for your knowledgeable lecture on floristics writing and their significance. Now, the session is open for discussion.
No, I guess only botanists are there in this session.
Then who else?
Well, because there are no questions coming up.
Unfortunate, because such a simple language you have put things. And they should come out with lot of questions now, I think.
That's why I raised this doubt.
Hello, no questions by anybody? No doubts?
Sir, I have a doubt, sir.
Please do.
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I've already listened to many of your lectures previously, sir, and you are very motivating
Yes.
in developing taxonomical knowledge among youngsters, sir. So we
Thank
live
you.
in a place where we don't have any access to many of the floras. If we have the chance of visiting our villages, we will be having the sort of chance to learn more about floras. But what kind of advice will you give to the young generation, sir?
That is why I told you, if you look into my last slide, no excuses.
Yes.
Don't say floras are not available. Right? Because if you really want to learn, there are means of getting it. See, for example, we were also like this, even though our college is well known, Madras Christian College. When I started teaching taxonomy in that college, I find our resources are very meager, especially in terms of floras that are being published recently. So I started accumulating. And today, of course, all the staff members are paid well. One way is to buy floras. The other way, today, most of the old floras, they're all as e-editions in the internet. If you go to Biodiversity Heritage site, Biodiversity Heritage website,
Library.
so you will get, so you will get all the floras. If you want to get Hoover flora, if you want to get Gamble's flora, or any other flora, most of those older floras are put it for free use. They are not even for paid use. It's a free use. You can easily download it, or you can easily refer it online and use it. And for which latest floras, if you want, there are places where you can visit. If not regularly, at least make a habit of visiting some of your nearest libraries, like BSI is one, Coimbatore. Or if you're probably elsewhere in other states, there may be other BSI centers, or there may be some good centers, colleges, which may have, like St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. So there may be many colleges which may have a very good library. So at least make it a point to visit, if not frequently, at least every 3 months or every 6 months. Spend 2 days. That is enough for your requirement.
Sir, one more doubt, sir. When we are learning about taxonomy, do you think that theoretical knowledge will provide all the aspects of taxonomy, or we should learn it practically as well?
This is something which is like if you have a knife, if you don't have a sharpening stone, right? Your knife cannot be used properly. So we should combine it both. How skillfully you combine it matters. And in fact, we killed taxonomy mainly by teaching theory. And we never expose our students to practical ways of learning. And use all this information that I told you to teach taxonomy. The taxonomy is not simply a bundle of technical terms. Taxonomy is also connectedness, relatedness, and of course, to us. If you don't connect a plant to a student, then what is the need for him to learn about the plant? Only Greek and Latin names. You connect to him. And the ways of connecting him is your own skill. You should develop that skill. You should imagine, you should be imaginative in teaching taxonomy. In fact, taxonomy requires much more imagination to teach than other subjects. So, and if you are imaginative and if you're thoughtful, you can provoke interest in any student. And that is a habit that you should cultivate. It cannot be taught.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
Participants, please
I
don't
think only
hesitate to
Anu
ask the
Kritika
question.
is the botanist. No, I think Anu Kritika is the only botanist in this session who just now asked questions.
Any other questions?
It's all right. Don't force people to ask questions. Then that is not something probably can result in good questions. Just leave it.
Yes, sir. Sir, shall we continue with
If
the
there are
next
no more,
session or?
I think we'll have a break both for participants and for me.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
I'll have
Nars-
my coffee and get back to you. Sir,
Narasimhan,
10 minutes, sir. 10 minutes break, sir. Yes,
Narasimhan,
sir.
in the last slide,
Yes, sir.
is it some Caparis species or what?
Yes, sir. This Caparis zelanica.
Zelanica, okay.
Caparis zelanica.
This photo.
Adondai. Yeah, it's my photo.
Sir, can we join back by 11:55?
11:55. Yes, fine. Yes.
Yes.
Other session is well known because every teacher is telling student to collect plants. Every teacher is probably telling them to process herbarium specimens. All these things are already well known techniques. They are learned right from schools. So I will go on a very lighter mode on the next topic, exploration and plant collection, and which is connected to, of course, this one. So I will probably give a few important tips. I will not be presenting any presentation, but I can just speak on the topic. So I hope we'll meet at 11:55. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, there is a question from a participant, sir.
Please ask this. Sir,
Give your
finally,
comments on E-flora, sir.
E-floras. Yes, E-floras are now some of the E-floras are excellent. Flora E China, for example, Flora E Thailand. So there are a number of E-floras that are doing very fine job. In fact, it is these E-floras that became very handy for our people to cut and paste. Right? There are many people who simply adopt from these floras and put it into their floras. So, and they're doing an excellent job of compiling so much of information. And that is important. But if it's a E-flora, it should be written properly. And one of the model I would suggest is Flora E China, which is doing probably the best, as far as the best it is possible. They follow that model. But unfortunately, we are not trying to do this. We should try to emulate, not we should try to probably copy. Emulation is something different. You can get inspiration from an E-flora example, but that alone that alone cannot become probably your source. That is the point here.
Emulate and innovate.
Innovate, yeah. You may once you emulate, automatically people innovate. First, what is important is an inspiration to emulate, and that these floras definitely provide. They are widely used. One of the advantages of E-flora is anybody from anywhere can use it.
One other point, Dr. Narasimhan, I think now we should do away with these paper floras.
Printed floras.
Yes. There is no point in having TV floras. Now everybody, technology has reached even to the village level.
Yes.
So we should concentrate more on E-floras, and it will be more easier to reach the common man in the local languages too.
True. In the local languages. Yes. Today, students are also much more probably versatile with the computers and versatile with the techniques. So it is better we put it in the E form.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying all the doubts.
Welcome. Right.
Now I request yes, sir.
Yeah, you've eaten 3 more minutes of coffee break time. Okay. Well, what we do? It is 11:40. Can we meet at 12 o'clock?
Sure, sir. We'll meet by 12.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Right. For the time being,
Now I request all the participants to take a break and rejoin at 12 o'clock.
Narasimhan, it appears that you are taking e-break, e-coffee break.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, Sir, shall we start?
We can start, Narasimhan.
What about the organizer?
I'll have to call her.
Yes.
Sir, we are here, sir.
Tamil Selvi is there.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
So, shall we start, sir?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sarah?
The other topic, as I told you, because you've listened almost for about more than an hour, I thought I'll go a little easy because exploration and plant collection is something which is already known to many, many botanists. But so I will not be going into a kind of a PowerPoint for this. What I would like to share is my own personal experience about exploration and how to collect plants and what happens when you don't do it on a proper procedure. Because Dr. Sanjay is also probably can supplement information that I can present. Both of us probably would have encountered same problems with students, with scientists in many places. Mistakes are common, but learnings are probably still to come. When you think of exploration, for us, many people think, I mean, if for a college teacher, exploration means it should be a densely wooded area. That is a myth that we have. When college teachers ask me, there are many college teachers ask me, sir, suggest an area for me to explore. Why I should suggest an area? You should work on your own area. So it could be any area that can be explored. It could be a riverbed nearby, or it could be a stream that is running nearer to a college, or it could be a lake that is there, or it could be a garden that is there, or it could be even a nursery, plant nursery that is there. Any place is worthy of exploration. If you link it to my earlier lecture, you will understand. It is actually we lack information on many of these areas. Suppose I ask any of the college teacher in Krishnamal or probably in any of the colleges in Coimbatore, can you give me a list of plants that is present in Noyal River? Do we have this information for Noyal River? No. So it is worth exploring. And in fact, Noyal River also has some plant records. So we don't have such kind of information for specific localities. So we need to explore all areas. So try to explore the areas nearby. I would suggest exploring neighborhood. That should be our motive first. Let us try to explore our neighborhood, wherever you come from. And neighborhood, there is large number of areas where you could lay your hands, send your students, and give them a learning exposure. But what do you explore? You explore all those things that we learned in the first lecture. It is not simply going around. That exploration is something which should be done in a very serious manner. The smaller the area, the intensity should be much more. Because the larger the area, you can scan simply and come because it will be difficult for you to spend more time. Smaller the area, it is everyday affair. Exploration need not be, of course, once in a week affair or a weekend affair. It's everyday affair. As you travel to your college, or as you travel to your friend's house, or as you travel to your market, any place is a place of exploration. So it is this kind of an attitude that should be built in the exploration. It need not be only forest areas or probably other areas. Today, in fact, we need, I told you, of course, my experience in compiling the list of plants from Tamil Nadu. The one thing is, I faced increasing difficulty about ornamental plants. And I find also a source of probably certain alien species. So where do they come from? And then we zeroed in on to a few nurseries in Tamil Nadu, which also get plants from Kerala, which get plants from different parts of the world. And they are the source of the ornamental plants from which, of course, they escape or probably they are being spread to other parts of the country or the state. So exploring these places, we don't have list, right? Though list is not simply that is enough for us, but at least we don't have the list. If I ask you, that's what I said. If I ask you, it could be even a dry hill. Dry hill habitats are probably some of the important habitats for many of the plants. For example, look at Marudamalai. There are a number of new species that are probably published from Marudamalai, number of new records that are published from Marudamalai, number of probably interesting plants, economically important plants are probably wild germplasms published from Marudamalai. Nobody would have imagined Marudamalai to be such plant-rich area. So that is very, very important. So you cannot ignore this area is a plant-rich area, that area is not plant-rich area, so not worth exploration. Every area is worthy of exploration. Please try to understand this fact. So when you explore every area with sincerity, with probably intense exploration, you would definitely come across excellent plant records, or probably information about plants. It could be new observation, or it could be sometimes a new variant. So all kinds of things you would find, or it could be a new alien species that you find in an area. So a large number of facts that you can probably bring it out for the rest of the world when you explore with sincerity and intensity. So that is one myth we have to probably spell out from our mind. No need to look for areas. Any area is good for exploration. If it's a naturally plant-rich area, if you are nearby, try to do that. Once you explore your neighborhood, try to concentrate on nearby regions like Western Ghats or Eastern Ghats or other regions. One thing which I always used to wonder, starting from Madurai, from the central Tamil Nadu, nearer to central Tamil Nadu, or starting from Kanyakumari, from the down south, all the way up to Satyamangalam. We have a number of colleges in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu alone, I'm taking an example of Tamil Nadu. And almost at least nearly 70 to 80% of the colleges have the PG botany. And among those 70 to 80% colleges, at least another 60% colleges have probably MPhil and PhD programs. If they've explored their neighborhoods, whether it is Eastern Ghats or a river or any other area, our documentation would have been much more complete than at its present stage. Our information system would have been much more stronger than at its present stage. So we failed to do that. And that is why I probably press the teachers again from any state, need not be from Tamil Nadu, you may be from any state. Just try to explore any area, document. The important is exploration and documentation. And whatever may be the results that you get, publish as a list. And this list is going to be probably very, very important in compilation for the entire state for or later. And when you have such smaller documentations, and it is going to be used for many people. In fact, many of the documentation that our students have done comes handy to me when it goes for people biodiversity or when people ask for specific area information, or when people come for EIAs, environmental impact assessments. Environmental impact assessments need not be probably whole state. They won't do it for whole state. It is for smaller areas. Suppose there is an area that that should be taken for environmental impact assessment nearby Palakkad or nearby probably any place in any other state. If an area is already explored and we have a list, that should serve as a base. So we don't have such basis for many parts of the country today. So, and we have entire list for India, but that does not help. So I tell you one practical example why exploration is necessary. One of the research students, of course, who is known to me as a student, came to our lab. He asked me particularly, sir, do we have plans for Sriperumbudur area? I said, why do you particularly ask me for Sriperumbudur area? Though one of our students has done some work on the Sriperumbudur area, I didn't want to readily share it. I asked him, why do you want this? No, sir, I'm doing a small project. For whom you are doing? One of the university professor, of course, from the other state, has taken up the work. So, and I'm helping him He tried to explore, he wanted me to explore this area. Fine, okay. For what he's trying to explore, ultimately he did not know. Finally, I came to know it is the Coca-Cola company which wanted to set up a plant there, want to do AA, and the company has been, the one agency from New Delhi has got the project. It has sublet to the university professor in Andhra, and further again, he uses a student to get information freely from my lab. So, because the information is available, of course, he noted down and give. I didn't charge anything. But again, even for such things, we need information. What is more important is availability of information for any particular area. So we don't have such information today. So that's why exploration per se, we cannot discriminate areas. We need exploration in all areas. We need a list of plant resources from all areas and with critical inputs. And that is that should be the quality and that should be the motto of exploration. So once we have done this, then we are ready for next phase, because now this phase itself we are lagging behind. Then when we explore how do we collect plant samples, this is something which is a kid's lesson today. The people right from their +2 make herbariums. Of course, I know how people in many schools make herbariums. They simply buy. There are sheets available. There are shops that sell herbarium sheets. And there are also probably lab assistants who make herbariums and sell. So that is the reason why we don't have any idea about how to collect samples. And in fact, I get samples from many college students for identification. The tip of the branch, just about probably some 5-10 centimeters. I said, this is not a specimen. This is not a specimen at all. So what you should do is you should be collecting a specimen when you collect plants, at least 1 foot length. Specimens can be probably for climbers, for grasses, for sedges. There should be whole specimens. And very often people also collect the top of the grass and bring it to us for identification. Then it is not a specimen that is worthy of identification. So I send them back. So it is important to collect specimens as per the need of the group. Sometimes it is important to collect specimens with the underground parts. It could be tubers, it could be rhizomes, it could be any other underground part. So we should be able to collect it with underground parts. In many cases, these underground parts also are crucial information for identification of plants. So we cannot miss it out. So please try to understand the group necessity. There is no flat rule that we should collect specimens like this. Right? There is a necessity for each group. There is a way that RAC members should be collected. There is a way that grasses should be collected. There is a way that sedges should be collected. There is a way that aquatic plants should be collected. So understand the group necessity and try to understand the methodology for collection of such groups and employ that methodology. And small herbs like lemna or probably certain other even wetland herbs, you should collect them in numbers. You cannot collect just one lemna specimen, press it and place it at the center of the herbarium sheet, which is not visible at all. So you should collect it in adequate numbers, press it as a patch, and if possible, put it as a pocket and put them more specimens for people to observe. So all these things should be followed when you collect specimens. And specimens of large size, for example, canes, rattans. Canes, it's a huge liana, and even other lianas. So you cannot cut a huge liana and make it into herbarium. It is not possible. So collect the reproductive part, maybe flowering or fruiting part, but rest you can give a photograph. And palms, that's another huge size plants. Palms are also paste a part of the leaf, and then part of the leaf is not tips, are probably just 1/2. At least try to paste a good part of the leaf so that it gives an idea about what is the leaf like, and then also the inflorescence. Then paste a photograph of different parts, if possible. So that is going to be very important for people to infer the information about the habit, infer the information about the size, infer the information about other features of the parts. So it is very important to do this. Similarly, many of the other plants, very small herbs, you can paste 2 or 3, though herbarium specimen of normal plants, it should contain only one single specimen. Because very often what happens is when we paste more specimens, it could be a mixture of specimens. Mixture of specimens in a herbarium heap has resulted in blunders in taxonomy. They describe sometimes even new species based on mixture of specimens. Mixture of specimens, not two different specimens in the same sheet. That is one common mixture that is possible. Even today, if you go to Madras Herbarium, you will find sheets where people have drawn a boundary between these two specimens and clearly written notes. This belongs to this and that belongs to that. So such things are available in Madras Herbarium with plenty of examples. But mixture of specimens sometimes where root part is different and the stem part is different, when you paste it together, when by mistake, of course, they probably get detached, they get cut. What happens is the herbarium makers, the people who paste herbariums, they think that they've done a mistake. So to mask their mistakes, they try to patch up. When they patch up, it becomes a new specimen altogether and probably paves way for mistakes in taxonomic history. Even veterans have blundered. Even veterans like Flora Malaysia and Arthur has also blundered in some cases. So we should be very careful in collecting specimens. Please collect specimens with fruiting or flowering. Vegetative specimens have little value in taxonomy and also has herbarium space. Unless there is no way, and at least for some kind of an idea, if that is what is available for a given plant for a long time of because you've been observing that plant for a long time, it never come to flowering or fruiting. There are some fixed vegetative clones also there. So in such cases, you can go for vegetative stage. But otherwise, for most of the specimens, you please try to collect as much as possible the flowering or fruiting stage. So that is another important point when you collect your specimens. So when you collect your specimens also, make sure you collect healthy specimens. Sometimes one bush may be affected or one plant may be infected. So you try to at least look for a plant that is healthy. If you don't have that, unless you are collecting for pathological reasons, right, to study pathology of these plants, then you can collect infected specimens. For other purposes, taxonomy purposes, it is important to collect healthy specimens because they present the good information about morphology. Otherwise, morphology can be misinformed. So that is why a healthy specimen is very important. And similarly, when you collect specimens of aquatic plants, try to collect the underground parts separately and present it in a sliced manner, and try to collect the entire leaves or other things so that you can fold and keep it. So that's very important for collecting the specimens. And thorny specimens, yes, large number of cacti and several thorny specimens are there. In Moraceae specimens, in Rubiaceae there are thorny specimens. There are several thorny specimens are there. These specimens are also collected as much as possible with the represent, because one problem with these thorny plants is, I don't know how many of you observe, a thorny plant will not show thorns during its reproductive stage. When you collect the reproductive stage at flowering stage, many of the plants may not probably have there is no presence of thorns. So it is one strategy the plant adopts not to harm the pollinators. If the thorns are present in the flowering stage, the pollinators will be affected, or probably pollinators will be harmed. So they try to avoid producing thorns in the reproductive stage. I've seen it in a number of plants, practically. So when you collect these plants, also have a normal size branch with thorns side by side, so that it gives an idea that they belong to the same species. Otherwise, what happens is, nowadays research scholars are very studious. Immediately, they'll pick up the thornless clue and present it as a new species. So these dangers can be avoided. Advice that probably I would render based on my experience on thorny plants. The other thing which we need to know is the collection of plants, of course, poisoning plants most of you know. But one of the problems many of the colleges may face is getting the rectified spirit. I know getting permits to get large, because unlike chemistry labs and physics labs, which require only very few quantum of experiment. For them, it is not liters and liters that are needed. But for us, we need in bulk quantities. We need to immerse the plant. At least we need, as far as when I was in the college, we were using minimum 50 to 60 liters for our MSc, MPhil, and PhD students of rectified spirit per year. But fortunately, our college had permits to procure in bulk quantities from nearby distillery, so they were procuring it. So, and the permits to procure is very essential. Permits have to be obtained from collector. I know many colleges are reluctant or probably not enough manpower to go through these procedures to get their permits. So if you don't have permits, please obtain permits, at least for minimum 2 cans of rectified spirit per year, minimum. So, and if you have other labs that are using like biochemistry, biotechnology, other labs that are using rectified spirits, get a collective permit for all the departments and try to procure more in quantity so that you can use. But the bulk user is going to be the botany lab because it needs it for specific. It needs specimen poisoning. So for every the bulk quantity is needed, please apply it. It's a practical. You cannot get a permit overnight. You need to work for it. You need to go several times, visit collector, ensure that he gets convinced that you are using it for a scientific purpose, and then get a permit and ask for a larger limit permit. Don't ask for a smaller limit, because once you ask for a smaller limit, then upgrading it is going to be difficult. Ask for a larger limit and use it. So every day you should probably, every year you should probably renew the permit. That's important. And when you collect your specimens, you should poison them. The only poison, that's why the rectified spirit is necessary. Only poisoning material that we have is the rectified spirit. No other thing that is probably even today that is being used. So people use plant dryers and other things. It is not a healthy thing. So now, of course, freeze drying methods are being employed. Rectified spirit is now done away with in some of the Western countries. Freeze drying method is being employed, but I don't know how far it is feasible for Indian conditions, because based on electricity, based on the availability of instruments, all these may be a little cumbersome for us. Better we follow traditional techniques. Why traditional techniques is in excellent condition. So traditional techniques probably poison the specimen and preserve the specimens in the best of its condition for a long time to come. So we have examples in several herbaria. And if you go to Madras Herbarium, I think probably your lecture should start with this. This is the oldest specimen in Madras Herbarium. They will show you a specimen and then tell how old it is. And so this is based on traditional techniques. And poison the specimens, pressing the specimens using the field, your plant press. Very often, of course, one of the things which many botanists may not know is how to tie a plant press. Tying a plant press is a technique, is a skill. I find many places the plant specimens that have been prepared by unprofessional botanists are shrinked. You see the leaves, probably shrinkage in leaves, and specimens are not in a healthy condition. So why specimens appear good is because of healthy pressing and healthy drying, and that should be practiced. And sometimes more than the teachers, the students probably would have been much more skilled in these things. And sometimes the lab assistants may be more than skilled in these things. So try to at least train a few students, try to at least train a few lab assistants in pressing the specimens, in probably making the specimens as healthy and as neat as possible. So once you've dried the specimen and you ready, make sure you paste the specimen on the right kind of a sheet. Very often colleges, of course, buy sheets from the market, local market. These sheets can become very easily brittle. Because for your undergraduate students level, these sheets may be okay. And even for postgraduate students level, these sheets may be okay. But for research level, these sheets are not desirable. they cannot be used for long-term herbarium preparation. If you want to submit your herbarium into some good institutes, please make sure that you get sheets from a recognized handmade herbarium institutes. There are a number of institutes in India. Particularly, there is one in Maharashtra which supplies to most of the institutions, including BSI, the handmade herbarium sheets. These sheets are actually very strong. They last long. They're fibrous. Insects also probably will not damage it very easily, like silverfish and other things. So it is the sheets that should be used for herbarium, which should go for research purpose. And you can procure it from the Handmade Institute from Maharashtra, from Pune, and you can obtain the address from internet. And of course, these sheets are costlier. These are definitely costlier. They cannot be bought for a cheaper price like 5 rupees or 1 rupee, 2 rupee that is available in the local market, which will not last long. These sheets cost each sheet, at least to my knowledge, last time when I bought, it was minimum 10 rupees. When you buy it in bulk, 10 to 12 rupees it comes. And they have to be probably transported from Pune to your nearest location. So all these hurdles are there, but we should not think them as hurdles. We should think them as probably a part of scientific procedure, and we should try to follow these things. Without a properly mounted herbarium sheet, without a properly mounted, proper herbarium they don't have a field notebook, I know, because many people come to me without field note. They simply come with either some fragments of specimens, or sometimes come with very stupidly with photographs. So I tell them this is not the specimen, it's still an image. So please go and collect the specimen. So field notebook in a specified format. If you want a format, I'm sorry, I was not able to show a format. All field notebooks are with my students now. I don't have a copy here. But the thing is, go to BSI or ask a BSI to tell you the format. There is a specific format in which field note should be prepared. You print at least 1,000 numbers, field numbers. Each note contains 100 field numbers. So that at least some few generations of students can use this field notebooks. Make sure you have a field notebook. Whenever students bring plants, they should be entered in the field notebook, the specific field number. This field number should also go onto the herbarium sheet. Because each data is important. Lacuna in these data will keep probably propagating mistakes. So it is important to fill all the data. It is important to keep these field notebooks in a safer form, in a safer place, and so that anybody who wants to refer your field notebook can easily come and deposit. So field notebook, and the same information that is there in the field notebook should come in an abridged form in the label that is going to be pasted on the herbarium sheet. And label, either I would prefer to be typed rather than written, because these days inks are not going to be, though there are permanent inks, many people are not skilled in writing with the permanent inks. If you are skilled, use permanent ink pen and then write your label, because if you have a good handwriting, that is in fact much better. But otherwise, you please type your labels. It is much easier, much legible, because many a times what happens is when the label information is copied, if it is handwritten, the mistakes by deciphering the handwritten languages also probably copied and handed down to the things, particularly local names. There are very many local names that are misspelled when they copy, and that creates lots of confusion in the literature. So make sure you type these things so that they are inferred without any ambiguity. And so once your label is over, because you have to probably submit it to a herbarium. One of the things which I find of late, especially our experience in searching the specimens as vouchers in many, many colleges, is the specimens are missing. Crucial specimens are missing. Even from my own college, where my own collections have been eaten away by insects or probably other fish, silverfish, or by sometimes rats. So any kind of things can spoil your specimens. And people are possessive about these specimens, very possessive about these specimens. They don't want to spare the specimens to good institutions like BSI or probably good research institute. It could be any good research. It could be TBGRI, or it could be NBRI, or it could be Rapina Herbarium, any good institution. Because just last month we spared one of our paratype on the newly published species from Senji Hills. When Father Brito requested me to spare a paratype, we did submit a specimen to his herbarium. So submitting a herbarium in recognized herbaria is going to be much more important, which Dr. Sanjapa is always stressing in many of his lectures. Submitting it in a recognized herbarium by the government of India or of course by the NBA is very important, and that is where you can save your specimens. A question may arise here. Can colleges can't keep their herbaria? Yes, they can. But if they can spend that much finance power, that much finance, and if they can have that much human resources to maintain the herbaria, because maintaining herbarium, people used to say it's like almost maintaining a white elephant. So it requires a huge financial resource. It requires a huge human resource. Unless you have a specified manpower to maintain this herbarium, it is difficult. In many colleges, if you go into the herbarium, it is very pathetic. And in fact, some of the herbarias that have started in a very good manner, which were known all over the country for their specific collections, today are in very pathetic conditions. And many people have reported it to me and also to Dr. Sanjapa. And in fact, we have lost some good specimens due to the people who cannot take care. And the institutions are, of course, are not willing to learn. This is one thing. If your college cannot probably maintain a herbarium properly, please give it to someone else who will maintain. That's the way the specimens are kept. That's where of course specimens are kept for posterity. So don't have any emotional binding with these things. Treat them as scientific literature, scientific evidences. Put them in a good storage place, and that is utmost important for people who collect specimens, people who make specimens, and people also who are really interested in keeping the specimens for posterity. So once this is over, of course, you should catalog the specimens, put it in a web. If you have a college website, put it in the college website, or if it is some other common website, put a common website or create a common website, put your specimens, so that people will know where a specimen lies. I'm looking for a particular specimen from Coimbatore. If I know that your college has a specimen, either in your college or probably elsewhere, and BSI or probably some other area, I will probably go and refer that specimen very easily. But lack of this information probably makes my time to be spent unnecessarily and my finance to be spent unnecessarily. So this information actually narrows down your effort and maybe at a very economical way and also in an easy way. So please make sure this information about specimens is available in some common place electronically so that we can easily go and use that. And many researchers suffer for want of this clarity, want of this probably transparency. And this is not an area where this is not your jewels, not to be shown to others, right? To be kept in a cupboard, sealed cupboard. This is a herbarium is a scientific information that should be probably known to public, known to people who want to know it. So, and make sure there is a transparency in these areas, no need of any secrecy in these areas. And that is why we have lost valuable specimens. And if you're doing good science, you should practice it. And, and that is my advice to many of the people who work in the taxonomy area. And plus, if you are describing a new species, many people describe new species. That's also a problem with the BSI now faces it. People simply would record that they have the type specimen, they've deposited the site, and if you look at many of the protologs that are published, they would say type specimen within bracket MH, right, or CAL, or some other herbarium. So If you go into the Madras Herbarium for looking into this type specimen, it may not be there. Actually, it would not be submitted at all. So, and in fact, at one point, they even wrote an open article, right? The BSc scientists wrote an open article saying that these are the specimens that have already been published, and citing MH as their original specimen placement, but none of the specimens have been submitted to our herbarium, either CAL or any of the BSc centers. So there is a long list that is already available. But even after publication of this paper, many people did not bother to submit their specimens. Many people, even after this publication, many of the new species that are published recently did not bother to submit their publication. When we try to locate some of the species for our own references, we find it very difficult. So it is something which we need to practice. When you publish a new species, please try to submit a specimen, the type specimen, if not holotype. Holotype is better, or at least an isotype or a paratype should be submitted to a recognized herbarium. If not BSI, if you probably do not, if you have any personal kind of problems with BSI, please try to submit, because I would suggest there is no better institution other than BSI. Though people criticize BSI for many reasons, that is different. But there is no better institution for submission of type specimens in today's condition, though there are certain other herbaria which do keep such specimens. If you want, of course, you can keep a type one, at least the holotype there, and other isotypes and paratypes in different herbaria. Spread out your specimens. That's another thing. So don't keep all your specimens in one herbaria. Don't keep everything in MH. Don't keep everything in CAL. Don't keep everything in some other thing. So spread out. If you put holotype in one place, put at least one or two isotypes in different herbaria. Put a few paratypes in different herbaria, so that there is one original specimen that survives for a longer period if something happens to these specimens in many places. So try to, this is also a kind of democratic way of saving the specimens. So please try to understand the importance of these specimens and try to understand this. And if possible, and there is a way that the virtual herbariums are becoming now an important tool for reference. Many of their herbaria in the world have put out their specimens in the internet. If you want to refer any herbarium from the queue, you need not go to queue. You can simply type the species. If you know the accession number, you can type the accession number. The specimen will come for you. It is as good as a specimen, examining a specimen. The only thing is you cannot dissect it. But if the dissected parts are already available on the sheet, that is as good as dissecting a specimen. So the original specimen is available for you for reference. So this is an important thing that you should be doing in the next step. We should try to probably make a virtual herbarium if your specimens are good and submit it. And this virtual herbarium should be available for public viewing. That is very important. Like Q, like many other European herbaria, which have put their herbarium images for public viewing. You can download them and you can use them freely with acknowledgement. Right? We don't have that kind of an openness in many places. Even institutions, small institutions, don't have that kind of openness. Right? Many institutions have shut their doors when people come for reference. I know many institutions will hide their specimens, right? At least pretend to hide their specimens because there are no specimens. Pretend to hide their specimens so that other people will not know their mistakes. So don't practice such unethical practices. Be ethical, be straightforward, be sincere in terms of keeping the specimens. So that is a very important thing to be followed as far as specimens are concerned. And if somebody asks you for reference, please try to share either a photo image or probably a scanned image to the person who wants the specimen. That's how you can cultivate science. That's how you can encourage science for its betterment. So it is very important. And without specimens, either a flora cannot probably progress, or revision work cannot progress, or monographs cannot progress. All these three are linked to each other, and these three are very closely linked to your specimens. Whatever specimens that people have collected already, or whatever specimens people are going to collect now, or in the future. So specimens are the backbone for the taxonomy, I would say. Specimens are very important and they are life for the taxonomy. Not only backbone, they are the life for the taxonomy. And if without life, taxonomy is dead. And that is why more than collection, preserving the specimen and preserving it in a proper way and putting it in a proper place is going to be important, right? You may be healthy, but unless you are in a healthy place, you cannot keep your you cannot keep your health for a long time in a healthy way. So please make sure, submit, follow ethics, follow guidelines, follow rules of herbarium, and then so that you contribute to science. Otherwise, we'll be contributing to already existing confusion, and we will be increasing confusion in a much more intense manner. So let us not be party to this. Let us be ethical, practicing taxonomists. That is my request to all of you. And if Dr. Sanjapa wants to contribute any more points, in fact, I've spoken in his voice, at least many of the points that I've given, I've spoken in his voice. I know he strongly advocates many of the points that I've told you. So, sir, if you want to supplement, you may please, sir.
You have covered almost all points. Most important thing is the ethical point of view, which you have rightly pointed out, and the people should realize it's a national property, and they are bound by the national laws, and particularly the Biodiversity Act, which advises all the biologists to put their collections in the national repositories. So if they are so possessive, they can keep duplicates if they can maintain in their respective college or university. There is absolutely no issue on that. But the only problem is, as you rightly pointed out again, many important institutions, important herbaria have lost all the old collections, important historical collections, which have been totally destroyed, which is a real national waste, and most unfortunate. But they could even, any college or even a small institution can come forward to donate these collections to the national collections. Not only BSI, I don't say always BSI is the end of it. I would say that it should be even given to other institutions where they have facilities to maintain, where they have staff to maintain those things. So people should collect these specimens in a very methodical way. And now I feel that, now, as you rightly pointed out, another point, the images of all these so-called new species, new records, and dissected parts of those new records and new species should also be deposited or databased for future reference. And I think BSI being the national organization, or even NBRI or Agarkar Research Institute or even TBGRI, if they come forward and have the collections of, the images of all these new species, new records, specimens, even that will be very useful to not only Indians, even people from abroad.
Yes, sir. Correct, sir. Another point, sir, probably which worth mentioning is, I think we are also fascinated by submitting specimens in the foreign institutions.
Yeah, I have brought it to the notice of even Biodiversity Authority, National Biodiversity Authority. They have not answered my queries, many queries, and somehow people feel that when they deposit a herbarium specimen in a foreign herbarium, they feel that their new species is more accepted internationally. That's the most unfortunate part. So they should feel that it doesn't matter. See, even with maybe 40 years or 45 years of experience, I do commit a mistake because I am not I am not an expert in all the groups. So I may commit a mistake, but that mistake should not be hidden behind, and it should be open to all the people for criticism, and let it be reduced. Tomorrow, if my new species is reduced as a synonym of another well-known species, I should feel happy rather than feeling sad about it, because we are bound to make mistakes. Doesn't matter, but to see that these are as you again rightly pointed out, it should be open. It should be open to everybody's for if it is a new species, really a good species, everybody would appreciate it. If it's if it is a synonym, suppose if it is synonymized with a species from North India or a species of South India discovered in North India, if it is synonymized, we will know at least this species has such a great distribution within the country.
Yes.
So all these points are very, very relevant, and all the students, particularly teachers and students, should follow. And another one more point which I wanted to add when you said about the herbarium specimens. See, a lot of students submit herbarium specimens to universities and colleges, and most of them are left to white ants or even burned or thrown in some corner as dustbin, into the dustbin and all that. Now I would suggest, let the students submit, because for learning the methodology, let the students submit even only 10 specimens, very good specimens of such locally available specimens. It could be one tree, it could be one herb, it could be a small grass, one aquatic plant, all these things they can submit, and teachers or students should know how to write a field note, how to extract that field note into the herbarium label, which is very, very, very important. And teachers should foresee these things for making the student learn in a systematic way. And another important point I would like to add is, instead of buying herbarium sheets from the market, which are brittle and which will break down within 1 or 2 years, the respective college can spend some money in buying the herbarium sheets from the Handmade Paper Institute at Pune, and they can distribute at a cost to the students in their respective college and maintain these collections. And if they cannot maintain, you deposit it in the nearest BSI or any other institute where they have the facilities. So this is another thing, and also create some kind of a competition among the students. The best collection should be given first prize, or second prize, or third prize can be also be done. This was done in my college when I was studying in my Central College, Bangalore. In fact, that will be a very competitive thing to people to, when we look at when you look at a collection, compare with the other students, and you want to decide upon which should be given the best prize. And there they should look at not only the specimen per se, and also how they have pressed, and what are the dissected, additional fruits and seeds and flowers and all those things which are put in the packets and put on the sheet, and how these notes have been prepared, the herbarium label has been prepared. All these things should be taken and then award the first prize. And that gives the great encouragement for the students, and also college can preserve those collections. If they cannot, yes, give it to other institutions. Of course,
yes.
There are things we can talk for a long time, but things you have touched upon, and basic essential things you have touched upon, and these are the things which they should practice in learning taxonomy, and also in preserving the specimens for the posterity.
No, for the information of participants, recently we have submitted to the Coimbatore Herbarium, Madras Herbarium, nearly about 1,200 sheets of coleohyals, on which one of my students has done his PhD, with quality herbarium sheets. And we have also got the accession numbers for all the sheets. So we should make sure that we preserve these specimens for posterity. And another set of nearly some 300 specimens have been given to the Shillong, because the person is from Northeast. So we decided to give the specimens to Shillong. So we have sent them by post. So such ethical practices, there is no question about the institutional pride or institutional thing, anything. An institution should freely allow the specimens should be deposited. And that is very, very important. Yes, Dr. Rajeshwari, is there any questions from the audience? You may check.
Thank you, sir, for such an impactful lecture. Now, the session is open for discussion. The participants can ask and clarify their doubts.
Sir, there is a question on YouTube live chat, sir.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. While pressing the leaves of the specimens, they are falling off. Is there any way to prevent this?
That is why the poisoning is necessary, madam. See, I know leaves will fall off, sometimes flowers also fall off, fruits will fall off. All these things are very normal things that happen when you don't prepare the specimens in a proper manner. So what you should do is, if it is whatever specimen is, you should immerse the specimen for quite some time in the rectified spirit. I can understand the difficulty in getting the required spirit. That's why the institution should take proper care in getting permits to obtain rectified spirit from the nearby distillery. If rectified spirits is obtained, and if you immerse a specimen, if it is a little woody specimen, you immerse it at least for minimum 15 to 20 minutes, leave it in the tray, and then take it out and probably press it in the field press. So when you press it, the rectified spirit does two things. One, it sterilizes surface. All the surfaces, entire, that's what you use it for even today. Your surface sterilize agents are rectified spirits, whatever you spray, either Savlon or anything else. So that sterilizes the plant surface. The second thing is it gets immediately into the tissues and kills the tissues instantly. When the tissues are killed instantly, there is the senescence is stopped. So the leaves and fruits and flowers will not fall. And if you don't do this poisoning, this is what is poisoning. If you don't do this poisoning, definitely leaves, fruits, and flowers will fall. So that is a thing that which we should learn. As UGs, probably undergraduate students, rectified spirit use because it requires in bulk quantities. If there are 30, 40 students in a class, if you want to use rectified spirit for all their specimens, many of them are going to be duplicates. People will be collecting same acuta, side acuta, people will be collecting the same Karmalvesi numbers. It will be repeated duplicate specimens. So it is unnecessary to waste ethyl alcohol for that. Instead, you can select specimens for your permanent storage, you can select specimens for your student herbarium, or select specimens that does not need the use of rectified spirit for poisoning. Because there are many specimens which will not shed their leaves even if you press as it is. So in fact, that is what I have been advising for my students when I was teaching. Try to select specimens. When I take them field, I said, you collect this specimen. You need not probably poison it. So I pinpoint specimens to ask them to collect. So that way you can minimize the use of ethyl alcohol or rectified spirit. If you're collecting sensitive groups like legumes, definitely you have to poison them. So without that, you'll have only leaf stalk and the stem that is there on the herbarium, but all the leaves and flowers would have fallen. Okay.
Sir, there was a question in the chat box, sir.
I'm sorry.
There was a question posted in the chat box, sir.
What is the purpose of colored box? Okay, right.
What is the purpose of color box on the herbarium sheet?
See, this colored box is given only from the recognized herbariums. That shows the intensity of these things. Of course, colors are not preserved in the herbarium, but it is to infer at least the color range. That's what I guess.
Right? Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you for clarifying the doubts.
Welcome.
Now the participants are requested to take a lunch break and rejoin sharply at 1:30.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I thank all the participants, and I also thank the organizers, Krishnammal College, particularly people who coordinated with me, and also Dr. Sanjaypa, of course, of course, he's our boss, but still, he's our senior friend. He's definitely a senior.
Yeah. You say friend, boss. Forget about boss.
Well, earlier you were a boss, but
No,
now
I'm no boss anyway. Anytime.
so that way, of course, we have a good relations.
Thank you, Narasimhan. Thank you for sparing your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being with us and enlightening us with your lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
ಮಗು ಬೀಳ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕಲ್ದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಓಡ್ತಾಳೆ.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Shall we start, sir?
No problem. I don't have a problem.
Okay, sir. Sarah?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, shall we start?
Yes, ma. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I welcome all the participants for the virtual lecture workshop organized by the Department of Botany, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women. Now, I call upon Dr. S.R. Yadav, Professor, Department of Botany, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, to deliver his lecture on the topic Role of Teachers of Biology in Conservation and Sustainable Utilization of Plant Diversity.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Is it say whether
Yes, sir. Screen visible, sir.
Screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. So this is my second lecture, and today I will be talking about role of teachers of biology in conservation and sustainable utilization of plant diversity. And some of the participants may think that why this topic has been selected. I am teaching MSc and training research scholars for last 35 years. And my experience is very different that teacher, any teacher is a gifted man. He has a noble job to do, and he can do wonderful work with the help of his or her student, and especially in plant diversity and its conservation. You know, this is a global problem. It is not a only problem of India. It is a global problem that biodiversity loss, biodiversity conservation, sustainable utilization of biodiversity are the important topic today, because real resources, human resources come from plants, and plant is a real wealth of human beings. And from that angle, I have selected this topic, and I hope you will like it, and you will also implement in your life, in future life. Now see, it is a biology teacher who has to make people aware of biodiversity and its importance. Many people do not understand. You know, they take plants for granted. Our leaders, our policymakers, our ministries, very rarely they care for plants, and no, they don't understand what is the role of plant in our life. Is it only food? Is it only medicines? Is it only timber? Only, or any other product which we use? That is not the only function of the biodiversity, or especially plant diversity. It has many other functions. We call them as the ecological functions, which they perform, and therefore this delicate web of nature and our ecosystem is intact. Of course, today we all are facing many problems of pollution, then our global warming, climate change, and whatnot. So all those problems, if we want to mitigate, if we want to reduce, what are the solutions? If you ask me, they come from plants only. Plants have some solutions for majority of the global problems today that we are facing. You know, people don't take it seriously. Of course, in last 5-10 years, people have become aware of all the problems made by man and all that changes which have taken place on this planet. In last 2 centuries, we have made tremendous progress. We have made industrialization, technology. We are giving a lot of importance to technology today in the age of COVID. Okay, all other technologies have gone behind curtain. Our life has become more important. And from that angle, one should, or every biology teacher should, with anyone he talks, he should talk about plants, biodiversity, its importance, a need for conservation, and how to use our sustainability. Now see, this is I am giving one example, single tree. If it grows in a dry region, it does function of about 15 lakhs rupees in 50 years of its lifetime. If it grows in subtropical region, it does function of about 126 lakhs rupees in its 50 years of life. And if it is a tropical rainforest where it grows, it does function of 141 lakhs rupees in 50 years of its life. In other words, every tree species standing outside is doing about 3 lakhs rupees ecological functions for you. Now, trees, what is value of tree? And that's why we have to tell, even if tree is standing, even if it does not have fruits, does not have any economically important product, but it gives services of worth of 3 lakhs rupees per year. Now, 3 lakhs rupees is not a salary of many people for 1 year. And that functions our ecosystem or our trees are doing, and that has to be brought to the notice of people, public, leaders, and everyone. Now, plants are most essential for the existence of animals, including mankind. Whether we can exist without plants, everybody will have to answer my question. No, sir, we cannot exist without plant, right? That is the truth. Without plant, we cannot exist. And then, really speaking, when I look at my plants, I feel that the true matrix of human life, real matrix, real material required by human life is the green words covering Mother Earth. This is a reality. Unfortunately, every one of us we know, but we never give serious thought to this green of our planet. Okay, so green words covering Mother Earth is a true matrix for human beings. Now, this is another truth which I want to explain. Without green plants, whether you would be able to breathe or eat. Today in Delhi, people are dying for oxygen. And every day, whether any time when we take breath, we think about our plants which produce oxygen required by us. So you can now understand what is importance of plants and ecological service. Plants produce oxygen, which we use. And for oxygen, people are dying all over the country, all over the world. This is the condition. So without plants, neither we can breathe, nor we can eat. So that is the truth, another truth of life. Now, another thing which comes to my mind, that, today, all of us, we are in a suppression, depression, mentally suppressed. Why? Because of COVID-19. Now, we want to keep ourselves enthusiastic and spiritual so that we can fight with whatever problems we are facing. So, another important aspect of biodiversity, including plants, is a fascinating physical, emotional, and spiritual relationship that exists between plant and man. Every one of us, we would like to go in weekends to the forest areas get peace of mind. If you really need peace, that you get in a forest. Spiritual spiritual relationship with our plants. All this is which I feel very important. Now, see, I always say this human population which is growing like anything, whether it is a dragonfly, whether it is an insect, whether it is a frog, whether it is a bird, whether it is a mammal or snake or anything, butterfly, all of us, our existence depends on plant. Is it not a real truth of our life? This is a real truth of our life. Without plants, we cannot exist on this planet. Of course, I don't say that sun is not important, water is not important. They are important, but in between soil, sun, and water, there stands one scientist, that is a plant which produces food required by us, medicines required by us, and similarly oxygen required by us. So without plants, we cannot exist. This is another truth of our life. This also, this is the only planet. Mother Earth is the only planet, and we human beings, clever man, has created wonderful diversity on this planet, wonderful things on this planet. But all these wonderful things which we have created, they come only after four things. Water, without which we cannot exist. Food, without which we cannot exist. Then our oxygen, without which we cannot live. And fourth, medicine, without which we cannot remain healthy. And this is the only planet which has life. In addition to human beings, there are more than 136 lakh species, estimated species on this planet. We are one of them. And this mother planet is the only planet which has life, and we have to really care for this Mother Earth. Now, why I am showing this slide, because we have to educate our people. Still, we are, we all are, still we are, when I go to society, I must tell certain things. If I ask that I want to start a school for children education, nobody gives 1 rupee. If I want to educate students, I want to start some institute, nobody will give you donation. But if I go and ask, I want to construct a temple, then crores of rupees will be given. So still we are entangled with our gods, God concept, and really still if we believe in that, that means we are not accepting science. Our today reality is a science and not God. Okay, God cannot come and save me now from COVID. Only science can save me from COVID. So this is a reality. Unfortunately, nobody understands. Anyway, our branch known as hominoidea, right? This clade hominoidea came into existence, and about 15 to 19 million years ago, gibbons belonging to family Hylobatidae separated from this main clade. Okay, this is one clade, gibbons. They got separated first. This is a science which we have proved through molecular studies. Then from another clade branch separated, that is orangutans belonging to genus Pongo, which are found. They are known as great apes, and they separated about same time. Then about 8 million years ago, another group separated from this hominoidea, that is gorillas. These are the gorillas. Still we can see them. So these gorillas separated. Then about 5 million years ago, means 50 lakhs years before, another branch got separated, that is chimpanzees belonging to genus Pan. Okay, these are the chimpanzees which have chromosomes, 48 chromosomes. We have 46 chromosomes. They have 24 chromosome pairs. Okay, and our branch came into existence just before 0.2 million years ago. So we came on this planet only 0.2 million years ago. Now, why this history I am telling you? We have to educate our people. Still we believe that God created earth, then he created man, he created this, he created that. Is it a truth? This is the evolution which we study. We are student of science, and therefore, and then these Homo sapiens, we call them as a genus Homo, and there were some species of Homo, and you can see this is a area, and Homo sapiens stayed here for about 2 lakhs years in this Rift Valley near to Kenya. Here we were. And then from this Rift Valley, about 50,000 years before, we started migrating to various parts of the earth. Now see, I was telling you chimpanzees, these are our closest relatives, and we are the latecomer on this planet. Now these chimpanzees, 98% of DNA is similar to Homo sapiens. So in other words, 98% similarities between man and human beings. So we are 98% chimpanzees. Only 2% we are human beings. Still, it has made a great change on this planet. Okay, so this is one. And as I told you, from this Rift Valley, we started migrating to various parts. We came to this approximately Mediterranean region about 70,000 years ago. Then we first reached to Australia. Homo sapiens reached to Australia about 50,000 years ago. 50,000, just 50,000 years ago. Then this Eurasian plate, 40,000 around China, Europe, and this one, about 40,000 years ago. Then North America, we reached about 15 to 20,000. And in South America, only 10 to 12,000 years ago, we have reached. In other words, what I want to tell from this, that our history, Homo sapiens history on this planet is only of 50,000 years, real. We occupied the entire planet about in last 50,000 years. And in these 50,000 years, what we have done, all of us we know, right? All of us we know with his brain. He has created, because he is a creative also, very creative species. At the same time, Homo sapiens are most destructive also. Now you see this great diversity of cultivated plants. Now, this origin of agriculture, which approximately started 10,000 years in different parts of the country, China, Egypt, and so on. So we started doing agriculture just 10,000 years before. And we started claiming land for our agricultural crops year after year, year after year. Today, almost we have occupied 2/3 land of in biodiversity. This is not my sentence. Agriculture is a big fraud in biodiversity. Other words, because of agriculture, all natural habitats, and similarly, we have destroyed many other species where they don't have space to grow. If you go to Western Ghat, we have not left even any place where animals can go and drink water. So much we have occupied this planet, And therefore, as an educated person, we have to think about others also. Otherwise, we may become dinosaurs of this earth. Right? Now, I come to our point, that is, already this is a workshop is on taxonomy, floristics, and so on. Taxonomy, a very simple branch, you know. Now, this is a diagram given in Radforth's group: identification, classification, and characterization. Okay, and taxonomy is the only branch by which we can classify plants, we can understand plants, and we can utilize plants. So that way, taxonomy stands in the center of the biology. All other branches cannot grow without taxonomy. This is another diagram which explains central role of taxonomy. So now functions of taxonomy have changed. In addition to identification, characterization, and classification, we also try to study process of evolution, and we try to trace phylogeny of different groups. So this is another addition to our taxonomy. And when I see taxonomy, I feel that, or I consider as taxonomy as a wheel of biology. Without wheel, there is no speed, there is no direction, and this wheel, entire wheel, controls our progress. So I consider biology as a wheel of, taxonomy as a wheel of biology. Okay, or it is also known as taxonomy systematics as a wheel of biology. Right? Without taxonomy, nobody can move even millimeter in his or her subject. Every scientist has to work with some species, and species are identified by taxonomy. So taxonomy is the mother branch of biology. This is a sentence in all the textbooks, and role of mother branch, role of mother in everybody's life is indicated by this sentence. So taxonomy plays a motherly role for the growth and progress of all other branches. That way taxonomy has its own importance. Taxonomy is an axis of biological sciences. Okay, it is an axis around which all other things rotate. Taxonomy is a foundation for biological sciences. Okay? Biological sciences. Now, see this caste plateau, okay, beauty, and taxonomy. Taxonomy is a victim of its own success. In India, you know, we need many taxonomies. Yesterday, Dr. Sanjapa told us that only 10% biodiversity is known. 90% biodiversity is yet to be discovered, described, and named and classified. So in last 300-400 years, only we have documented 10% biodiversity. Remaining biodiversity, 90% diversity, if you are going to document the present rate of discoveries, it will take 600 more years to document the entire biodiversity of this planet, right? So, and you know, initially, people made a lot of progress in taxonomy. We documented, we wrote floras, we wrote monographs, some monographs, and people thought that taxonomy has done wonderful. And then that is, taxonomy is the victim of its own success. People started saying, scientists started saying, public started saying that it has been done. Taxonomy has been done. This was the thing. Taxonomy has seen dark days, dark years in its history when nobody respected taxonomy. Only today, people talk about taxonomy, they have realized the importance. Some scientists think that taxonomy has no value and it is unnecessary complication. Big botanists have made such a statement, but is it true? That is not true. Scientists do not fully understand that taxonomy is a continuous, rigorous, and painstaking process of incorporating new information. You know, every day taxonomy grows. Every day it synthesizes information from all other branches and it is never-ending synthesis of information, and that way it has its own importance. Now, taxonomy lays a solid foundation for conservation. Taxonomy is a solid foundation for Convention on Biological Diversity. The Convention on Biological Diversity can be implemented only if taxonomy exists. Otherwise, we cannot implement this CBD. Global taxonomic initiatives we cannot implement without taxonomy. Taxonomy lays solid foundation for global strategies for plant conservation. We have hotspots, we have megadiversity countries, we have hottest hotspot. All that is identified, defined on the basis of taxonomic data. Therefore, global strategies for plant conservation, taxonomy plays a major role. So, in about 1993-94, there was a move around that by 2000, we will document our biodiversity systematic agenda 2000, and that was there were 3 objectives. Then taxonomy only provides solutions for poverty reduction through conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, right? So taxonomy is a basic to the understanding of biodiversity. It is a formidable challenge for taxonomists of this country, and this is formidable challenge. 10% biodiversity is only known, unknown is 90%, and the critical importance of taxonomy for the conservation and sustainable use of plant diversity. Unless we know what is diversity, where it exists, what is its importance, we cannot sustainably use our plant diversity. And for that, we teachers of biology, we students of biology are the only people who have knowledge of these plants, where the lonely voice speaking on behalf of an interest in diversity. So what it says, so taxonomists long back, not today, long back, before 1980s, were talking about conservation, and it was lonely voice, nobody was listening. But today, because of many other problems, every person talks about conservation and sustainable use. But this is said, see, 1967, this statement is made by David Haywood. The role of taxonomy in implementation of Convention on Biological Diversity, then writing floras, monographs, revisions, and conservation. People, today, if you go to funding agencies, somebody was asking yesterday, sir, what are the funds for taxonomic works? Really, that question was very meaningful, because if I say I want to write flora of Tamil Nadu, nobody will give rupee also. This plant, crores of rupees will be given. So they don't respect documentation of biodiversity from all other things, from which all other things come, and that way, flora becomes a basis for everything, utilization of biodiversity, conservation of biodiversity. But unfortunately, policymakers, funding agencies do not understand importance of taxonomic documentation of diversity. So this is the unfortunate part. Nothing can be done for it. Okay. What has happened? Okay. Taxonomy and conservation of island flora. So this is another, these are the karst plateau. These plateaus have to be conserved. Role of taxonomy in conservation of critically endangered vascular plants, right? Plant taxonomy and reintroduction. Today, many programs are sanctioned for reintroduction and restoration of critically endangered species. Now, for that also, you need taxonomic knowledge, right? Molecular systematics, measurement and monitoring of plants. Now, molecular systematic has its own importance in improvement of classification, in understanding phylogeny, and in understanding genetic diversity. So it has its own importance. Legislation. All legislations, we have National Biodiversity Authority sitting in Madras, Chennai city, and they control collection of plants from we have to take permission from them. We have to take permission from Forest Department. So legislation, they are the key user of taxonomic data for plant conservation and sustainable use. So only these floras, checklist of plants, these are utilized by these legislators, and that way it has its own importance. Then another one is our this one. You can see our Sanjapa is a director for this workshop also. Shivanna from Bangalore. This is DK Singh, who has worked on bryophytes. Then this is our Salunke, who is grass systematics. And this is Amdullah, who has written endemic plants of peninsular India. Now, why I am showing this to you, reason is, see, they are so much happy with these floral beds. These are natural beds on karst plateau. Now, these areas, don't you think that we should preserve for our coming generations? We should not destroy. We should not do mining in these areas. All this has to be done. Yes. So this is the gardening of earth, the contribution of botanical gardens to plant conservation and habitat restoration. Now, botanical gardens, all colleges, all universities, I know in entire India, how many colleges will be there and how many universities? There are many universities, private universities plus government, central universities, more than 300 at least private and central government, state government universities are there. Every university has 300, 400 acres of land minimum. Then every college has 5 to 10 acres of land. Can we grow our plants in our college campus, in university campus, so that we can conserve maximum plants in our educational institutes? And their role of teacher and student has a great significance. Okay. Now, taxonomy framework for botanical garden. Even if you want to design a botanical garden, taxonomy only plays important role. Wild seed banks, people, we are not that clever, but people of the world have made a very good network supporting infrastructure for taxonomy and conservation. Now, questions I am asking you, what are the problems of 21st century to human beings? So, what are those problems? Number one, age of mass extinction. This is mass extinction. Am I audible? Hello? Somebody should say, tell.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's audible.
Age of mass extinction. We have entered into age of mass extinction. Per day, per minute, we are cutting 5 acres of tropical rainforest alone. In 1 hour, we are cutting 300 acres of tropical rainforest. So in a year, 300 into 24 hours into 365 days. By that rate, we are cutting tropical rainforest for our greeds, needs, whatever you say. And by 2050, most of the tropical rainforest will be vanished. And that is most fragile ecosystem. By scientists. You tell me, we have entered into age of mass extinction, and who is responsible? Only Homo sapiens, or your internet connection is unstable. So we are responsible for that. explosion of human population is a global problem, 21st century problem. Food security is another major problem for the coming generations. Biodiversity crisis, we are fighting for biodiversity or bioresources. You know, all of you, I need not to say. Energy crisis, for energy we are fighting. Water crisis, all these are the problems of 21st century, and our coming generations will be facing these problems. We are also facing. Last year there was no water in Chennai city. You can understand water crisis. Invasive weeds, entire India, you know, in many places invasive weeds have come which are threatening our wild flora. So that is problem. Pollution, another great problem for our planet. Climate change, increasing CO2, this is another problem. Global warming and many more problems I can state, and all these problems our generations have to face. Now, threatened species, endemic species, hotspots of biodiversity, sustainable development, these are the buzzwords everybody uses, but really people understand it. How many of us we know what are the endemic plants of Western Ghats, where they grow, when to collect seeds, how to germinate seeds? We don't have any knowledge. Although we talk a lot about, you know, we know so much botany and so much physiology, so much anatomy, so much this, but our own plants, most of the endemic plants have been seen only by few people, not by all biologists or biology teacher. Hotspots of biodiversity, okay? And conservation of biodiversity is a challenge for 21st century. Why I am tracing this? Here, educational institutes have to play a major role in conservation. Okay, now question this, you see, role of taxonomists, systematists, botanists, and biologists. Who knows biodiversity? Only you and me. As teachers of biology, students of biology, they know biodiversity. Who knows where it exists? Only we know. Who knows reproduction in plants and animals? Again, it is a biologist. Who knows field status of species? It is only biologist, not lawyer, not any other person. Only we know. Who knows growth requirement of organism? Again, we only physiologists know. Then, who decides conservation priority? Again, biologists decide conservation priorities. Ecology and growth requirement of species are known only by botanists and biologists. Okay. Who knows methods of propagation, how to propagate plants, how to do crafting, captive breeding? Again, it is a biologist. Who will make biodiversity register? Again, we are persons related. Who will advise in conservation? Again, our role comes. Who has major role in framing legislation with regard to biodiversity? Again, it is a botanist and biologist. Who has to play major role in sustainable development and biodiversity? So biologists, especially taxonomists, are of prime importance in 21st century to provide solutions to most of the acute problems of the world. This is what it is my own thinking. And, you know, people say, why to conserve? Only we talk about useful, medicinal, important plants, which are useful to human beings. But really speaking, every species, you know, every species is a one thread. If we go on cutting these threads, the entire ecosystem will collapse. This is web of one, spider, and you can see it will collapse if it goes on making, if we go on making these holes. So this is where in biodiversity documentation, conservation, and sustainable use, we need taxonomists, we need ecologists, reproductive biologists, microbiologists, sociologists, politicians, leaders, policymakers, foresters, and international cooperation also, without which we cannot do it. So paramount role of biologists in documentation, conservation, and sustainable use of biodiversity, I wanted to tell you. So taxonomy, the cornerstone in conservation, cornerstone in conservation and sustainable use of resources. You can see these resources. Critical importance, sustainable use, implementation of CBD, global strategies, and so on. So, this slide yesterday you have seen, I am fascinated with flowers. You know, angiosperms have such a diversity in flowers. Every flower is unique, and plants are a vital component of world biodiversity. You tell me all these, you know, biodiversity and this architecture of flower, the great creation, wonderful creation of nature. So plants, most essential resource of the planet. See this, our eriocolons, right? Eriocolons. See these flowers, beautiful flowers, right? Legumes. Our Dr. Sanjapa Saab is a legume specialist. You see this diversity of legumes from Western Ghats only. I am showing you, right? Now see this diversity, and in Vigna diversity, okay, see this diversity of legumes, diversity of, okay, systematic agenda 2000. We decided to document, to discover, describe, and inventory of global diversity by 2000 in 1994, to synthesize the resulting data into predictive classification and to develop an appropriate information system to handle the resulting information. These were three objectives of systematic agenda 2000. Now there is a systematic agenda 2025, okay, in which we have added one more objective, but the first objective, mission to discover and document past and present life on Earth, remains almost as if it is not done, because every year we are documenting about 20,000 of species. Now, charting biodiversity, all these we need cooperation from taxonomists, biologists, then training in taxonomy, funding, then we have to make databases, and then only we can utilize. Of course, databases have been prepared and we are doing well. So taxonomy is a cornerstone in conservation and sustainable use of resources. Okay, now you see this biodiversity, and you know, this just I am showing you. Now taxonomy and implementation of CBD article. National biodiversity strategies and action plan. That is only with taxonomy we can do. Identification and monitoring, in situ conservation, ex situ conservation. Without taxonomy we cannot do. Sustainable use, research and training, access to genetic resources, benefit. And you see this floral diversity of our Western Ghats. And that gives you great pleasure. I don't know whether you get this diversity, how these flowers look, color, shape, size, smell, all that is unique in our nature. Okay, so these are some of the flowers. And don't you think that every species has to be conserved for our coming generations? See this diversity, right? Okay, now Western Ghat, many people must have talked, but Western Ghat is a backbone for entire peninsular India as far as its economics is concerned, agriculture is concerned, and it is only 5% area of our entire India, which supports 26% of our biodiversity. That means it is one of the very important area for biodiversity which needs to be conserved. This data is given by our, this is from a book, Nair TS, and you can see this total biodiversity. I will not read all the figures, but there are about 1,273 species which are exclusively endemic to Western Ghats. And these, many of us, we have not seen also there. So now Seed Bank is a program by which people are trying to conserve our biodiversity. And seeds we can conserve in minimum space with maximum diversity of genetic diversity, and that way it has advantage. And Royal Botanical Garden already has taken a lot of steps, and about 34,000 species, wild plant species seeds have been conserved by 2015. Okay, and they are conserving seeds. Similarly, there is another big program, the Solward Global Seed Vault, in which this is a big program, and now by 2015, 4,000 species have been collected, and these are the sample numbers that they have decided. In India also, we should have done it long back. Now government is doing some this one. So taxonomy forms the framework for botanical gardens. Now see, something I told, what is the role of botanist, botany teachers and students. That is what I am coming, what we have done in Shivaji University. Now you see seeds and seed bank. Every year, I request my student, my staff members, my colleagues, my friends to collect seeds and send it to Shivaji University. Okay, my student collect seeds, and every year we collect seeds of about 250 to 300 plant species from Western Ghats, especially indigenous plants, not exotics. Then we give these plants, these seeds to the malis in the garden, and then we raise seedlings. You can see with your own eyes, each species is propagated in large number, and all these seedlings we give it to forest department, municipal corporations, or any person who is interested in conservation. By this, we can bring many plants under cultivation. We can grow them as a roadside plant, house plant, public gardens, along the bunds of the fields, and so that many of the rare plants we can grow, and that way we can help in conservation. But all this can be done only by biologists, especially botanists, who knows when to collect seeds, how to germinate seeds, how to remove dormancy, how to raise seedling, when to transplant the plant, and that knowledge is only with us. And that's why your and my role has a great importance today in conservation. And in your college, you have some space, not that every seeds, raise some 50 seedlings, plant in your garden, if it is a rare plant. And that is your great contribution to botany. Okay, so you can see this. Now you see these gardens. In Shivaji University, we have developed an arboretum of 100 endemic tree species of Western Ghats. You may not have seen them. 100 endemic tree species, each represented by 9 individuals. Similarly, we have and only through this seed collection, seed germination, and then plantation in garden. You come to Shivaji University, I can provide you thousands of seedlings of palms. So this, any institute, educational institute can do it. Only teacher should have in these are, you can see with your own eyes. Now these are tree genera of Western Ghat, Irenocarpus limoni, Blaparistema seriatum, Otonepelem. Have you seen them? I know only few person must have seen from audience. Now, if you want to see what are the monotypic endemic tree species, why not to introduce in our
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ma'am?
Sir left the meeting, I think. Something
Yes,
went
ma'am.
wrong.
He got some network issues, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Sir Yadav sir is not in the meeting. He left the meeting due to network issues, it seems, sir. Hello.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
I'm audible. Okay, okay. Okay, let us wait for him to rejoin.
Yes, ma'am.
Participants, please wait. Sir will rejoin soon.
Okay, madam.
Dear participants, we have a network issue here. He'll be joining us soon, and the feedback link it will be shared after the next session.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir will continue the lecture, Sarah. Dr.
Sanjapa,
Sanjapa
sir.
sir, yeah,
Yes,
he will
ma'am.
start his lecture and let Yadav sir join if possible. We'll have it after sir's lecture, Sanjapa sir's lecture.
Sure,
Okay,
ma'am. We'll
we'll
do that,
have
ma'am.
it later on. Okay, okay.
Now, I call upon Professor M. Sanjappa, INSA Senior Scientist, Mahatma Gandhi Botanical Garden, University of Agricultural Sciences, GKVK, Bengaluru, to deliver his lecture on the topic Role of Botanical Survey of India in Survey, Documentation and Conservation of Floristic Diversity.
Sir, I think Yadav sir has joined the no.
Yes, I have joined. Just now
Yes, sir.
internet came. Let now
Okay, sir.
Sanjapa sir finish it. Then I will.
No, he has not yet started, sir. Sir, what shall we do?
Yadav sir, I have not started it. You can continue.
Okay, then no problem, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay, okay. I will go fast.
Your slides are going beyond the screen, I think.
Okay, beyond screen. Okay. I will. Now, is it okay?
Yeah. Now it is okay.
Okay, okay. So, seed banks. This is a one concept which we implemented in Shivaji University, and it worked out very well. And we are working for last 20 years, and it has really created a lot of awareness and germplasm bank in the Shivaji University. Now, see, these are the palms. I told you this is the arboretum which we have developed. Then we have, this what to conserve, how to conserve, where to conserve, when to conserve. All these questions have to be answered only by biologists, right? Thousands of seedlings have been raised, and these have been given to people. I told about monotypic endemic tree Jandra of Western Ghat. Then I have told about palm species. More than 100 palm species have been introduced in the garden. Okay. Sanjapa sir, should I make it, full screen? Is it okay? Huh? Is it okay? Hello, sir. Full screen?
It is going beyond our screen.
Now it is full screen.
See, this one, is it?
Yeah, it is going beyond our screen.
Okay for us, sir.
Okay. So some people are able to see. So that anyway, this is a Hubardia which we have restored. Now this is Abitulon ranadi, which is critically endangered species. By artificial pollination, 45,000 seedlings were raised, that too by botany student only. And then many seedlings were raised which have been reintroduced in Western Ghats. So these are some examples which I can cite. And student is your strength. That's why I have a lot of hopes on educational institute, teachers of biology and students in conservation. You can see all of them, if we, they are enthusiastic to do all these kinds of works. So recovery of Hubardia heptanuron, already it has been done. Paper has been published in our current science, and about 100 places now it is growing, self-perpetuating, and our we are successful in, restoring critically endangered species. Now see, these are the Ceropegias. Why I am showing this slide, many of you may not have seen. Now all these Ceropegias, almost all of them are either critically endangered or vulnerable. Now who will save? Whether our policymakers, our leaders, they know what are the Ceropegias, where they grow, how to conserve. All this knowledge is with us, and that's why we are most responsible person for conservation. If something is lost, probably more blame will come to biologists, especially botany teachers and students. Okay, so these are Ceropegias. These Ceropegias restoration program was taken. You can see it is actually done work, and you can see thousands of tubers have been produced. Similarly, through tissue culture, we have raised the plants and reintroduced it in nature. Okay, so this is, you can see with your own eyes how we can make difference in conservation. And that's why I'm talking all these forest department, then student, teachers, all they are involved in this program. Now see, this is a ladies hostel was to come here, and here two critically endangered species grow, Iphigenia ratnagirica or Camptorrhiza indica, and then our Dipcadi concanes. In one day, we have taken out about 20,000 plants, these students on their own without money, and then they have gone to 10 places and planted, and these plants are now growing at 10 places and self-perpetuating. So these are the examples just. Now you see, this is a palm known as Hypini dichotoma, which grows in the west coast in sandy soil. Now just you collect the fruits and sow them in sandy soil, the plants will grow. Otherwise, these seeds go to sea and no seedlings are established. So this is one of the rare palm, vulnerable palm. Can we do conservation? Can our student go there, collect seeds, sow them, and we can, restore these species without even financial assistance? Now see this one is a crinum. Many crinums are there. We need conservation, and from Kerala we have Crinum malabaricum, which already 2 students are working on its conservation. Okay, so see this crinum and seashore, and this is Pinnipes littoralis. I want to show you one video, and it is a wonderful world of plants where you should enjoy it. Now see this, how anemocori, the seeds are dispersed by wind. Now these are balls of female inflorescence, and these roll on sandy soil along the seashores with wind current, and they disperse seeds, and that way seed dispersal takes place. So if we want to create interest in student, such a videos you can create on your
Again, internet problem?
Sir, I guess your mic is being muted, sir. Could you please unmute it?
Yeah, now I have unmuted. Is it now audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Audible. So these 74 species have been discovered by my laboratory only because student, we could discover so many species. So what biology teacher can do, what botanist can do. So many species have been discovered, and you can see Mucuna prurens, and then we have discovered Mucuna sanjapi. Now, why I am showing this slide, Mucuna prurens, which is a source of L-dopa, which has only 3% content in seeds, but Sanjapa, Mucuni sanjapi has 7% L-dopa, double the Mucuna prurens. And that way, this new discovery has great significance in medicine. Another discovery is, this is that Crinum malbaricum, which is another species, elegant species, which was not discovered. We feel that we have done a lot, but still we need a lot of field work. Longest leaves in genus Crinum in the entire world. Leaves grow 5 centimeters per day. It is restricted to 0.5 square kilometer. So it is the most critically endangered species. It is allied species is Thyanum, found in Thailand. It is a tetraploid, and last, the bulbs contain highest galanthamine content, and galanthamine is used in Alzheimer. This is another discovery which has great significance in medicines. Okay, so this is one which I wanted to tell you. Now, Trithuria, yesterday sir has shown, but academics is another interesting part. This is a Trithuria concanensis, which was discovered in 1994, which was placed near grasses. Now it is placed as a basal angiosperm, and that is a unique phenomena. A unique change in phylogeny has taken place with reference to Trithuria concanensis. You see this, it is a unique species. Anyway, I will show you. So already show how Trithuria concanensis came to India and why all others are in Australia. This is a phytogeographical question which needs to be answered. Okay. So anyway, that will not. Now you see, these are the basal branches. Amborilla, just after Amborilla, another clade is Nymphiales. In Nymphiales, we have Hydatulaceae, Cabomba, Nuphar, Braccia, and Nymphia. This is Nuphar, this is a Nymphia, and you see this is a minute plant, only 1 centimeter in length, which is close relative of Nymphaceae. It is shown by molecular studies, and now this is a clade. And now Indian flora, if you write in APG4, it will start with Trithuria concanensis. So this is one which I wanted to tell you. Another thing, you see, people say that we have done everything, explored, but one student seriously worked in Rajapur region, and he has discovered not 1, 2, 3 species, 12 species from that taluka only, Rajapur taluka. Now you see, this is a small pond, and from that pond, in last 4 years, he has described Iliocaris concanensis, Eriocolan raythianum, Aponogeton natesi, Coriandra elegans, and this Pogostemon species, which has been accepted. 5 new species from a small pond. So you can understand our exploration is not up to the level which we should have. Okay, so this is one example, and this is one of the most beautiful flowers. This is Coriandra chiledoni. You can see the stamens, and this is Coriandra elegans. It has 175 to 250 stamens. This has 50 to 75 stamens. Okay, flowers they are natural size I have shown here, and they stand as a distinct species. And let us see its video also.
So, are you playing a video?
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, are you playing the video, sir?
Yeah. What? This is a video.
It's not getting played, sir.
I am playing video. 1 minute.
But it is not coming.
Not coming. So we will leave it. If it is not coming, we will leave it. Okay. We'll go for next. Now, see, when I look at plant, please remember this is a slide very important. Understanding implications of species. There are several dimensions of species. It is a unique creation of God, a unique creation of nature, you can say. So you will agree. It is an unparalleled chemist. Nobody, no chemist, human beings can compete with plants as far as chemistry is concerned. It is witness of evolutionary history of life. It has phytogeographical significance. It has different functions in ecosystem, range of tolerance and distribution. Spatial and phylogenetic relationships are important, invasiveness, and it is a beneficial, and thus every plant species is a biological capital of mankind. Okay, so plants are best friends, doctors, artists, designers, engineers, economists, technicians, and on the top, best teacher of our life. We should not think that we are great. Plants are the great things. And you know, these plants are the only scientists which synthesize food required by this this stomach, hungry stomachs. No scientist can produce food except plants. Okay, whatever we have done research. Hungry man will look only at food, not at gold and property and so on. See this young man with gold. If he is hungry for 4 days, he cannot enjoy the life or this gold. He needs to eat our bread and butter or our bhakar and jhumka. Okay. Then Bhima wants to be powerful with Gada, but he has to eat only when he can fight, otherwise not. So first naked truth of life is food. Second, all medicines to human beings come from plants, and plants have taken care of our health. This is second naked truth. And third naked truth, whatever oxygen we need, it comes from plants. Per day, your oxygen bill is 21,000 rupees. So all these three things come from plants. And one more thing we need, that is water. And all over the world, you know, all animals are happy with only these four things. Only human beings are not happy. 373 people gave their neck to save the trees. They were knowing that trees are more important than their lives. And this is a very important slide. Satyabhama tried to weigh Krishna with gold, but she failed. And Rukmini put one leaf and Krishna was lighter than one leaf. Leaf is an indicator of plant. That time our forefather told us, oh man, if there is something more important than God for you, is a plant. And that is, I have shown in my slides. Okay. So how we are going to hand over our Mother Earth to our children is important aspect. We, teacher of biology, student of biology, how to educate
Your audio is cut off.
Yadav sir, you are muted.
Okay. So conservation of biodiversity is a challenge for 21st century. All of us, we should work together, take our student help, and definitely we can do better for our Mother Earth. Thank you very much. And thank you. If you have some questions, please, I have taken a little more time. Please ask.
Thank you, sir, for giving awareness and making us realize about the importance of trees and plants for the survival of all the living organisms. And you made us to think an important truth: our survival depends on plants. Thank you so much, sir. And now the session is open for discussion. Participants, you can clear your queries now.
Yes, if there are some questions, hello?
Participants, any questions?
I hope there are no questions.
Aishwarya, you can proceed, Aishwarya. I think there are no questions.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you for the interesting session, sir. Now, I call upon Professor M. Sanjappa, INSA Senior Scientist, Mahatma Gandhi Botanical Garden, University of Agricultural Sciences, GKVK Bengaluru, to deliver his lecture on the topic Role of Botanical Survey of India in Survey, Documentation and Conservation of Floristic Diversity.
Just 1 minute, please. Just wait. I am just preparing.
Sure, sir.
Yes, is it visible for all of you?
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much. I thank all the other resource persons who gave excellent lectures. And now the last session, the concluding session, I am presenting this role of Botanical Survey of India in survey and documentation and conservation. Just 1 second. I don't know how many of the people are aware of the existence of Botanical Survey of India and its history, because you need to know the role of Botanical Survey of India in documenting the plant resources of our country and bringing out floras and also conserving the plants ex situ where in situ conservation fails, and provide or develop a base material for the writing floras and also learning taxonomy for the students and teachers and researchers. Now, you know, the survey of plant resources in our country started way back in Vedic period, but this was not on a scale that is going on today, and the survey was limited to smaller areas and mainly for the utilitarian purposes or uses, just for example, the plants used as medicine, and only for that purpose are plants used as food. Only for these limited purpose, the plants were used initially, surveyed in their surroundings. But with the advancement of science and the advent of Europeans into our country, the systematic surveys have started. The earliest survey that was made around Goa by one Garcia Diorta in in the 16th century, and he did it only for a limited purpose, and his book included what is called as the Colloquies dos Simplis. That means it's a list of medicinal plants occurring in around the Goa. And you see here in 1557 it was Catechism by Saint Francis Xavier, and all of you are aware that Saint Francis Xavier's body is still preserved in Goa, one of the churches, oldest churches. And in 1563, Garcia Diorta published this particular account. I don't know, this jumping. Anyway, this originally it was published in Portuguese language, and subsequently around 1913 this has been translated into English, and one can get this copy of this from the net, and you can see that there are about 65 species of plants which are included in this. Subsequent to this, Hortus malabaricus is another old document which gives the about 758 species of plants documented from the Malabar coast. This is second systematic documentation of survey and documentation of the plant. Then actual survey started with the advent of particularly the British and also the missionaries which came from Germany and other European countries. John Gerard Koenig, between 1728 and say 1785, you can see that he was in a place called Tarangambadi or Tranquebar in those days with the Danish trade mission between 1773 and 1785. A naturalist, he was also a naturalist in Nawab of Arcot and East India Company at Madras. So along with him, Roxburgh also appeared, and then they started collecting the plants from the south of the southern eastern India, and subsequently with the establishment of Botanical Garden in 1786 by Colonel Robert. I don't know why this. Just 1 second, I am not able to move it out. Prasiddha, just there is some problem because the screen is going beyond the projected place. I think from your end you have to correct this.
Sir, for us it's visible clearly, sir. It's not going beyond the limits, sir.
It appears fine here, sir.
Sir, Sanjapa sir, in view options, one it will come above. In that you click it and fit this window or 50% you can make, sir.
The zoom ratio is there, sir. I think you need to reduce the,
Sir,
or you can give
unmute it,
fit
sir.
to window.
No, I am not conversant with all these things. That is my problem.
No. Sir, you might be seeing view options above, sir.
No, there are no view options.
Center of the screen view options come, sir.
No, it is not coming. That is the thing.
Okay, sir. Anyway, sir, you can proceed it, sir. Otherwise, sir, you can see.
No. What is my flow is breaking because of this.
Okay, sir.
I don't know what to do.
Sir, just stop sharing and again start sharing. Just you stop the sharing the screen and please start it again.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ತರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Hide floating.
Now is it okay?
It is for us, it is okay, Dr. Sanjappa, only for you, I don't know what is happening. For us, it is clearly seen and there is no problem.
Okay, now I think there should not be any problem now. Now, actually, the surveys really took a shape with the establishment of Botanic Garden at Calcutta, and then it was called the East India Company Garden or the Royal Botanic Garden. Subsequently, it became the Indian Botanic Garden in 1786. Colonel Robert Kidd, who made the proposal to East India Company, was given approval by the East India Company to start the garden, and with the establishment of this garden, lot of the survey works continued from this period. You can see there are more than about 31 superintendents of the garden. I don't know, again, the same problem. And you can see that a number of, between 1786 and between 1786 and 1953, more than about 31 superintendents of this garden who not only developed the garden for introduction of Indian plants as well as the exotic plants, both as food plants or in general, I would say, the economically important species. And, this garden is responsible for introduction of many of the economic species that we have today, including tea. The entire tea industry was only because of this particular garden, which was responsible for introduction of tea in our country, and it is a multi-billion rupee industry today. So these are the people who have worked very hard in not only surveying the different regions of our country, but also accumulating the economically important species and also the herbarium specimens collected from different parts of the country, which were accumulated, and today that is the nucleus of the Indian herbaria, the Central National Herbarium. Now subsequently, although in 1890, the Botanical Survey of India was established by Sir George King as the honorary director of that point of time, and I should mention that Sir George King was one of the directors between 1871 and 1890, superintendent of the garden between 1871 and 1898. And it is during this period the Botanical Survey was established to survey the plants and also document the virtues or the economic importance of these species. That is the intention of starting the Botanical Survey of India. I must say here, India is the only country in the world, I would say, India is the only country in the world to have the luxury, I would say luxury, of having the survey departments or survey organizations for documenting the natural resources of our country, like Botanical Survey of India, Zoological Survey of India, Archaeological Survey of India, Anthropological Survey of India. And all these survey organizations were started in Calcutta under the recommendation by the Asiatic Society of Bengal. At that point of time, Jones was responsible for, Edward Jones, who was the founder president and founder of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. On his recommendation, the government, the East India Company started all these survey organizations, including this garden, and therefore in 1890, the Botanical Survey started. And with subsequently, the Botanical Survey of India came to almost a standstill in 1937 with C.C. Calder as the last director. And that is mainly because of the shortage of funds, and also there was a lot of pressures on the British to leave this country and give independence to our country. And therefore, the Botanical Survey of India is nearly closed with only some 3 herbarium assistants to look after the specimens in the garden, the herbarium, and also to look after the garden. And with this infrastructure, which is almost perishing, after independence, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru invited Dr. E.K. Janaki Ammal at that point of time working in United Kingdom, and she was asked to write a roadmap for reviving the Botanical Survey of India. And it was in 1954 she came and prepared a roadmap for the revival of Botanical Survey of India. And with that, the Botanical Survey of India was revived in 1954. So Dr. H. Santapo was the first chief botanist. At that point of time, the designation of the director was chief botanist. Subsequently, when he took for the second time in 1961, then it was designated as Director Botanical Survey of India. And you can see a series of directors that we had. And the 12th director is in position, Dr. A.M. Mao. Now, with this, Botanical Survey of India had objectives. The basic objective, as I mentioned, Sir George King said, will survey and document the virtues of all the plants that are found in India. But these objectives were revised over a period of time, and you see in the pre-independent period, starting from the establishment of Botanical Garden at the Calcutta in 1787 and establishment of Botanical Survey of India 1890, virtual closing down of Botanical Survey of India in 1937. So in the post-independent period, revival of Botanical Survey of India in 1955. Actually, although it is the document was prepared by Dr. E.K. Janaki Ammal in 1954, it was actually established, revival was done in 1955. Simultaneous completing with the taxonomic and the floristic research of Botanical Survey of India, mainly by army surgeons, foresters, teachers, an important activity in survey and writing the flora of British India. Calcutta Garden from very beginning, even to this day, has occupied a preeminent position because that has become a nucleus of all the taxonomic activity in the world, in India. The Botanical Survey of India, as the apex organization of the Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change, Government of India, for carrying out taxonomic, floristic studies and wild plant resources of the country. But now we have included even to list the introduced plants or the cultivated plants. It was established on 13th February 1890, as I mentioned earlier, with the basic objective to explore plant resources of the country and to identify the plant species with economic virtues. Government of India in 29th March 1954, as part of the scientific development of the country, reorganized the Botanical Survey of India. With these are the present day objectives of the Botanical Survey of India. Exploration, inventorying, documentation of phytodiversity in general and protected areas, hotspots, fragile ecosystems, sacred groves in particular, and publication of national, state, regional, district and ecosystem floras. This is the main objective of the Botanical Survey of India. Now, subsequently, with the many species getting endangered or threatened due to human activity, identification of threatened species was taken up as another most important objective, particularly in the 1980s, and preparing species rich areas needing conservation, identifying the species rich areas, identifying red list species, ex situ conservation of critically threatened taxa in the botanical gardens, survey and documentation of traditional knowledge, that is ethnobotany associated with the plants, and development of national database of Indian plants, including the herbarium, that is Indian virtual herbarium, collections, herbarium collections, live collections, botanical paintings, illustrations, textile designs, fabric dyes, and many other aspects. In addition to this, some of the secondary objectives which were taken up simultaneously are the revisionary and monographic studies on selected plant groups and qualitative analysis of nutritive value of food plants of other economically useful plants. At present, because of the shortage of staff in the chemistry, phytochemistry division, we have undertaken only the qualitative analysis of nutritive value of food plants of the tribal regions, capacity building in plant taxonomy through refresher courses. This has been discontinued, started, discontinued, again started, and this has been going on because depending on the funds that are received, this gets continued. And environmental impact assessment areas assigned to BSI for the study by the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Environmental impact assessment study we have undertaken for many, the iron ore rich areas, the hydroelectric project areas. I will not go into the details, but this is one of the objectives of BSI. Develop and maintain botanical gardens, museums, and herbaria. Preparation of seed, pollen, spore atlas of Indian plants. This again has taken a back seat because we are not getting people who can undertake this work, in fact. Now, Botanical Survey of India, with its presently has its headquarters in Calcutta, since from the beginning, of course, and initially established the Eastern Circle at Shillong, Southern Circle at Coimbatore. Of course, it was originally in Chennai, but subsequently shifted to Coimbatore, and then Western Circle at Pune, and Northern Circle at Dehradun. So these are the main 4 units which were initially started between 1955 and 1956. Subsequently, the Central Regional Center at Allahabad, and we have about 12 regional centers, And now recently in Solan, a new high altitude Himalayan regional center has been opened. And this is how we have botanical survey as 12 centers. And this has become now part of the syllabus of the many of the universities. But earlier, many people did not know about the existence of Botanical Survey of India. Only now, some people or the university or grants commission has asked to introduce this particularly in the syllabus of the botanists. Now, Botanical Survey of India, since its establishment, right from 1787 when the garden was established, or even before that, if you take into consideration the Hortus malabaricus and Garcia diortas colloquis plantis, since then, we have documented resources from all over the country. Yesterday also, I showed this slide. So we have so far well explored, India being a very large country with 330 million hectares. So we have well explored only the green, the parrot green portion that I am showing here are well explored to almost, that comes to about 70%, and 40 to 70% explored in the purple region, and less explored, less than 40% explored in the blue colored areas. And these blue colored areas, we have many logistic problems, and also the problem of terrorists and in many of these areas. So it doesn't matter, it may take a little more time, but it will be done not only by Botanical Survey of India and also by the university departments and also other research institutes, botanical research institutes, which are joining hands to survey and document the resources of our country. Now, yesterday I showed this slide again. This so far, whatever documented species that we have is about 50,000, little over 50,000 species we have documented, which comes to about nearly 9.5%. Now, these are the new families that we have added since then. This is yesterday I showed this also, I will skip this. And this also I mentioned about the plant discoveries that the Botanical Survey of India produces every year. I will not go into the details of this also. Now, many new species are being added every year. So I will not go into these details again. These some of the gymnosperms. I know, all of you are aware. Gymnosperms are the dinosaurs of the plant kingdom, and Cycas, being a genus with only about 4 or 5 species were known till almost a decade ago. Now today, nearly 15 species have been described. I don't know how many species will remain, will stand in over a period of time, but at least about 15 species have been described. And today we have about nearly 20 species in our country which have been described. And there is an urgent need for revising this particular group. Similarly, if you take any group, for example, if you take angiosperms, gymnosperms, pteridophytes, every year about nearly 130 species are being described or added, including those of the new records. These are some of the Musa species which are added mostly from Andamans and the Northeast India, and some of the Lycopodons which have been added, some of the Bryophytes which have been added. And all these things have created the infrastructure or materials for further study as well as reviewing whatever that we have done. And you can see that we have about 13 herbaria, and the new herbarium high altitude research station at Solan will be added. So therefore we will have about 14 herbaria in the Botanical Survey of India alone. In addition to this, there are the Forest Research Institute, the National Botanical Research Institute, Agarkar Research Institute, then the St. Xavier's College, Bombay, St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli, and Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding at Coimbatore, Many other places, the herbaria are there. And today we have not less than about nearly 4 million specimens preserved, which are very, very important. So in the Botanical Survey of India alone, nearly about 3 million specimens are preserved in various herbaria, and including the type specimens, which are very, very important to understand. See, one of the oldest herbarium collection that we have in Calcutta, the Central National Herbarium, was collected in June 1696 by Samuel Brown, which is Cyperus procirus, which has been recently located by Dr. V.P. Prasad, who was in charge of the Central National Herbarium. And similarly, in Coimbatore, we have one of the oldest collection, the Madras Herbarium. We have one of the oldest collection, which was collected in 1797. So this is Kukumis Pipo. Dr. Narasimhan was mentioning about this in the morning lecture. Now, we have to, in addition to survey, document, preserve the plants, maintain the herbaria, create museum specimens, all these things. In addition to this, identification of plant diversity rich areas is very, very important. Preparation of documents for conservation priority areas for declaring biosphere reserves, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, species and genus sanctuaries are one of the important objectives of the Botanical Survey of India. Identification, listing of plant species for Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna. Section 38 of the Biodiversity Act, the National Biodiversity Act, we have to identify the species in not only among consulting all the scientists in botanical or taxonomists in the country, but also the forest departments in the respective states are all to be consulted for preparing this set of species for conservation. But unfortunately, although we have given, it has been notified through Gazette for conservation of these species, the state biodiversity boards or even National Biodiversity Board has not taken any further, although the species have been identified for each state. For example, Tamil Nadu has about 20 plant species which have been included. Karnataka has about 16 plant species which have been identified under this, but no action has been taken by them. Negative list of export by the Ministry of Commerce. Species negative list in the sense because these species are threatened with extinction for their over collection of these species. So these are being put under negative list, and there are many such species, and these species are also repeated in convention in the International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna. And Section 40 of Biodiversity Act, normally traded commodities. That is another important activity of the Botanical Survey of India. They have to identify what are the species which can go under this. Then identification of threatened species and publication of red data books of Indian plants. The estimated number of threatened species at one point of time it was 1,500. We don't know exactly because the work is not proceeding in this direction in a big way because of the shortage of staff as well as funds in the Botanical Survey of India. But at that point of time, in the sense in the 1980s, it was estimated that the 1,500 species based on the herbarium data, based on the literature available, and it was estimated that 1,500 species are threatened with extinction, which need to be conserved. And all the scientists of the Botanical Survey of India and also the scientists from the universities helped in preparation of 1,182 red data sheets, and these red data sheets were published. 708 of them were published by the Botanical Survey of India in the form of red data books of Indian plants, and all these volumes have been sold out, and now this work has to continue further in a big way. In the sense, the Botanical Survey of India alone cannot conserve all the species that have been identified as red data species. We need to undertake, most importantly, we need to undertake the field studies to ascertain the field status of all these species and see whether which species needs the priority among these species, identified species. For ex situ conservation, Botanical Survey of India has about several gardens a chain of botanical gardens. Major garden, as I mentioned, the Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose Indian Botanic Garden at Howrah, and then all the botanical gardens attached to the field stations are the regional stations of the Botanical Survey of India. In addition to that, we have the Orchidaria, Yerkot and Badapani, and there was one orchidarium at Howrah, which has now almost not functioning the way it is expected. Now, many species rediscovered by the Botanical Survey of India, which were thought to be not collected after their first collection, and these are some of the species which have been collected now. And then we have also documented, we have also separate unit, the Botanical Survey of India, the central botanical laboratories have a unit called which surveys for the ethnobotanical surveys documenting the traditional knowledge, and we have conducted the ethnobotanical studies in Andaman Nicobar Islands, Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, and many states. I will not go into the details of all the states. You can see many states. For example, Rajasthan, we have completely surveyed. Orissa, it is completely conducted, and also documented the ethnobotanical data of all these tribal people in these states. In addition to this, the Ministry of Environment and Forest had an all-India coordinated project on ethnobiology in India, and that documented more than about 10,000 species of medicinally important plant species. And again, as I said, many things are not happening as we expected. And this data is now closed and kept inside in the Ministry of Environment and Forest. That has to be put to use. Unless we use simple documentation is of no use. The fragile ecosystems which I mentioned, the Botanical Survey of India conducts the survey work in fragile ecosystems like cold deserts and freshwater, the Myristica swamps, the desert regions, the high altitude, high rainfall areas, and some of the important lakes like Chilika Lake, Mahanadi Delta, mangrove ecosystems, coastal ecosystems. These are just a few examples I am giving which focused attention on these areas for surveying the resources. Similarly, we have conducted surveys in the protected area network, including the biosphere reserves, Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserve, Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve. All these biosphere reserves, the work has been completed, and also many of them are published. And presently, then many other, the remaining biosphere reserve work is continuing. And out of the 85 or 86 national parks that we have, 35 national parks work has been completed, and many of them have been published. But now there is no point in, it appears that there is no point in publishing in papers, and we need to go for the databasing and the national park wise, so that it will be useful and easily accessible, both in terms of photographs as well as the data and as well as the descriptions of all these species. And more than about 50 wildlife sanctuaries have been worked out, and this work continues as part of the protected area network. Then survey explorations remaining 30% of the country. As I showed you the map, only 70% we have completed thoroughly. But of course, this is a old data. I presume that at least about 3 to 5% extra has been covered in the last 10-12 years. And now the remaining area used to be taken up at a higher, particularly for all the higher plants to complete, and the intensification of survey and documentation of lower plant diversity. Yesterday I was mentioning that particularly for the groups like the bryophytes, the lichens, the fungi, algae, these are the groups we do not have the expertise required in the whole country. And in Botanical Survey of India, they are limited. Unless we intensify this work, many species will disappear even before they are known to science. Publication of national checklists of angiosperms, bryophytes, algae, fungi, and lichens by 2020. I had predicted this by 2020 in 2009 or 10, but even then it is not possible because of again, we are not focusing on many of these areas because our attention is diverted to flora of India, and therefore these checklists, very few volumes of, some volumes of angiosperms and one complete checklist of bryophytes has been completed. Algae, few volumes have been completed, but many groups are still not completed. And fungi is yet to be published, and lichens have been published already. And we can say that we are fairly happy with these checklists, but not the flora. Flora needs more and more people to complete the work in a, it's a time consuming aspect that one can think of. Then development of digital database, the Indian plant diversity herbarium collections, live collections, and a pilot project of 20,000 herbarium specimens were used at one point of time, but that is not sufficient. What happened?
So please unmute your mic.
Sir, please unmute your mic, sir. Sanjappa, sir.
Doing it because, okay?
Now it's fine, sir.
Okay. Now, digitization of textile designs, natural dyes, manuscripts, botanical illustrations, and paintings in 2010. Because these are all predicted by me when I was director, but they are yet to come onto the public domain because now we want to put all these things in a digital format so that everybody across the country and all over the world can access these things. Population studies and mapping of development of GIS database of threatened species in trade. That is another aspect that we wanted to. And application of new identification tools like molecular taxonomy for identification of closely related species and traded plant species and or parts, derivatives thereof to be initiated within collaborative program in 2010. All these things, this I have predicted in those days, way back in 2010. But these are yet to be achieved because of various reasons. One is the shortage of the manpower. Then this is the another national database. National database again of the Indian flora, Indian virtual herbarium, database of live plant collections in the botanic gardens of BSI and also the botanic gardens of the universities and the colleges, database of threatened plants of Indian flora, and Envis Center for Plant Diversity. This is one aspect which they have been doing very well, but again, there should be more concentration on the national database of the Indian flora. Now, this is the digital platform that digital center that the Botanical Survey of India prepared. Now, in addition to all these services, the Botanical Survey of India advises Government of India on all matters related to plants, acts as scientific authority of CITES. CITES, as I mentioned, is the conventional international trade in endangered species of flora and fauna, undertakes environmental impact assessment studies, and also provides, these are the services that are provided. You see, in these modern days, they think that taxonomists are only service providers. And Botanical Survey of India, Zoological Survey of India also are simply service providers. Many people from various institutions take data from the Botanical Survey of India, Zoological Survey of India, and they don't even acknowledge them. and the facilities that are used, and the specimens that are used, the libraries that are used, which are built over more than a century, have been being used, but people think that the Botanical Survey of India and Zoological Survey of India has not been contributing, and why they are taking so much time to complete the floras of our country. And if you look into the checkered history of the Botanical Survey of India or Zoological Survey of India, where it comes to a standstill at one point of time due to shortage of staff and funding. And when people are recruited, it takes a considerable period in training the young recruited the scientists, because a taxonomist, as Professor Mohan Ram used to say, a taxonomist matures when he is about to retire. And Flora of India can be written by a mature taxonomist, because it needs to understand the flora or the group which he is dealing. It takes a very long time to really get into this. So in we have Botanical Survey of India gives the identification of services. Nowadays, you see, everybody just simply puts a photograph in the WhatsApp group or Facebook and requests the identification. And there are many people who are giving such identifications, which is absolutely incorrect. Maybe some species which are common species may be correct, but not all species. And this is not the correct way to identify the plants. At least when somebody gives an identity on a WhatsApp group or Facebook, you should go and confirm. And for that, you have to use the floras. And to know the floras, you should know the basic things as to how to use the flora, as Dr. Narasimhan was mentioning in the morning. So please see that these identification surveys are obtained or taken from the Botanical Survey of India scientists and other botanical research institutes in the country, or other universities where there is expertise in taxonomy. Providing data on taxonomy, uses, distribution of plants of India. Providing literature on taxonomy. Nowadays, luckily, earlier we used to, Central National Herbarium Library was the only library used to have full of literature that is required for all the taxonomists. And this has been substituted, I would say substituted or even replaced by the recent taxonomy databases, the Biodiversity Heritage Library, Galerica, and many such things, which have put on the website, their website, lots of the floras, not only from India, from across the world. Then educational and awareness programs through museums and exhibitions, and documentaries, quiz, essay competitions, painting competitions, and publications. So these are being done on particular days, particularly, for example, One Mahotsav Day, or World Environment Day, or BSI Foundation Day. On such days, they undertake these works, but these are also to be simultaneously conducted. Training programs, plant taxonomy training program, now it is almost come to a standstill because there are not sufficient people and there are not sufficient funds for undertaking this work. Plant nomenclature workshop. This is one thing in the last 1 decade has made inroads into Indian taxonomists. Many of our young taxonomists have been trained in plant nomenclature. Yesterday you have seen Dr. Sampath Kumar giving this lecture on plant nomenclature. But again, plant nomenclature cannot be taught in 1 or 2 lectures. You need a course, a complete course of 6 months to learn plant nomenclature work. And not only just attending the coursework, you have to solve many of the problems that you face in the nomenclature, and that's how you can learn nomenclature. So thanks to Dr. K. Gandhi, who has come from Harvard University at our request and training many people across the country, and this has helped us many people to understand the nomenclature code much better, and they are not only understanding and practicing taxonomy using the nomenclature code, but also contributing to the improvement of the code. Herbarium methodology is another thing. Although we take it for granted, everybody knows the herbarium methodology, but there are many people, youngsters, including teachers in the colleges, who do not have the idea about how to press a specimen. Morning, Dr. Narasimhan was mentioning about some of the methods, but it is very, very important to maintain these herbarium collections, and also we should know how to press the material, preserve the material, because these materials will be for centuries to come. They have to be preserved, and therefore we have the liability or the responsibility to prepare materials in such a way that they stand the test of time. Parataxonomic skills is another thing, because this is very, very important, parataxonomic skills, because in the light of the National Biodiversity Authority's People's Biodiversity Registers, this is a very, very important, because we need to impart skills to the people at the grassroots level who will help in documenting the People's Biodiversity Registers. Special training of customs, excise, coast guards is another aspect which the Botanical Survey of India initiated during my period, and I don't know whether it is continuing now or not. Then other services that are offered, identification of specimens. We have been identifying specimens for many people, and if they want to learn for themselves, they themselves can go to any of the Botanical Survey of India herbarium, and there are experts in certain groups at least, and you can take the help of these people. But you should not simply go with the specimens. You should work it out and write down the description of all the plants, dissect the flower, dissect the fruit, study all the material, write the full description, then go with the materials and your descriptions of the plants which you could not identify in your respective places, and then go to the nearest Botanical Survey of India herbarium, and there may be some specialists of your group or a group that you want to study, and they will be able to help you in understanding or identifying these plants. Then supply of authenticated duplicate specimens. This we used to do both for researchers earlier, and this has been discontinued because many of the people collect themselves and then come for identification to the Botanical Survey of India. Seeds, seedlings, and other propagules. Supply of information and materials on the distribution aspect and taxonomy and economic uses. This is another very important aspect with but a series of, you can see, assistant to specialized field collections, training of herbarium methodology and gardening, sensitization of different enforcement agencies, then environmental impact assessment, as I mentioned earlier, and consultancy of in establishing and developing botanic gardens. This is one important aspect which I should mention. The Ministry of Environment and Forest, as part of the capacity building in taxonomy in India, and also as part of the assistance to botanic gardens in India, they have funded more than about 1.5 decade. They have been funding many gardens in the country, but very few gardens have been be able to sustain after the funding has been stopped. For example, Professor Yadav's garden at the Shivaji University, Kolhapur, it has sustained and developed into a lead garden. So only lead gardens have been sustained, whereas the small gardens in the universities and colleges have now disappeared almost. So this is one exercise which we have to do in a systematic way and see and monitor the establishment of these gardens, and the purpose of these gardens is to be checked whether they have been doing the work that is expected of under the project or not, and consultancy work, monitoring of progress of the botanic gardens financially assisted by Ministry of Environment Forest. It has been given to, again, Botanical Survey of India, that again, there is a serious problem here, and because they have been loaded with many other works. In addition to that, if they have to monitor these gardens, and with no expertise, for some of them, there is no expertise as to whether such gardens are maintaining the collections that are expected of. And then we have evaluation of project documents submitted by different government agencies for funding, and evaluation of PhD thesis, UG and PG examination sheet, and evaluation of research papers submitted for publication by different peer-reviewed journals. So it is not only the Botanical Survey of India journals, but also many other journals, they depend on the Botanical Survey of India scientists for reviewing. And I will not go all these details because there are many cytotaxonomic studies, ecological studies, and phytogeographical studies, chemical screening, pharmacognostic studies. Now our pharmacognosy expert is no more, and that section I don't know whether any work is going on at all. Then telenomorphological studies have been conducted for few families, and that has been now not continuing as I understand. And cytotaxonomy is almost close, and geobotanical studies was done on a collaborative project, but that has been discontinued now. And now, with all these things, Botanical Survey of India comes out with many publications for the benefit of all the, not only public who, again, public who are the public who are using these floras. Because unless you have idea about the botanical terminology, you cannot use these floras. Of late, the Botanical Survey of India has come out with many user-friendly floras, and they will be very useful. But if it comes to Flora of India, it's purely for technical people. Only technical people can use these floras, and not the common man. So we have Flora of India series. We have proposed 32 volumes of Flora of India. Now about 13 volumes have been published. Flora of India series 1 fascicles have been published. No more than 30 fascicles have been published. Flora of India series state floras, 45 volumes of, or 50 volumes, nearly 50 volumes of floras of the state floras have been published. But still, there are many state floras which are incomplete, and we need to complete them on a priority basis. And now again, although we are publishing the hard copies of these floras, now the time has come to discontinue these hard copies, and we should go for only the electronic copies, and which can be easily disseminated. And because even at the village level, people can use the smartphones or the computers and can go look at the photographs and the descriptions that are there, and the distribution that is there, the phenological data which is there, and the economic uses that are there. All this can be accessed on electronically. And now, most probably, the Botanical Survey of India will discontinue these hard copy floras and continue with the electronic floras. And these are the various, categories of flora that we had published. Flora of India in volumes, fascicles, state floras, district floras, and in this miscellaneous, many other aspects have been covered. Even revisionary studies have been covered in the miscellaneous floras. Then we have periodicals and journals. Nelumbo, which was earlier called Bulletin Botanical Survey of India, we have more than 60 volumes have been published. Records Botanical Survey of India. Since we do not have the sufficient materials for Bulletin itself or the Nelumbo itself, therefore this has been discontinued in 1985. And Plant Conservation Bulletin, Envis Newsletter, Vanaspati Vani, Parijat, VSI Newsletter, annual reports, and many publicity materials. So a number of such publications are being made by the Botanical Survey of India, and now I am sure that soon they will turn to become the digital floras. Now these are the volumes that have been published, Flora of India, and these are some recent volumes that the pages of recent volumes, Flora of India, volume 23. We don't think that we have published all the 23 volumes, because as and when the volume is completed, the volume will be published, because we have divided into 32 volumes, and as and when the families covering that volume are completed, that will be published on a priority. Then we have Flora of India fascicles, which I mentioned, and the last fascicle, 29th fascicle, was Eraceae. And then we have many other publications, state floras, volumes, which have been published, including the plant discoveries. And then we some of the monographs which are published by the scientists of the Botanical Survey of India. And we have some of these monographs on Indian diasporas, for example, which is coming under the miscellaneous publications, Nota Thylaceae of India and Nepal. Then taxonomic revision of the Dalbergia, tribe Dalbergia in the Indian subcontinent. then revision of ADOTs. These are some of the things which have come out in the miscellaneous volumes. And you see, this is one important work which have been compiled by the scientists of the Botanical Survey of India. The floristic diversity state-wise has been prepared and conservation strategies have also been given. But even this is not sufficient enough, because this needs revision, because many of the species have been rediscovered, many of the species have been, the distribution, the extended distribution of the many species was also observed. But however, these 5 volumes of this floristic diversity and conservation strategies in India gives you at least a overview of each state's floristic diversity and what needs to be conserved and things like that. So these are the volumes. And this is, I thank all of you and all these directors who have been made in creating facilities and documenting, documenting, and even conserving plant species of our country. But this contribution by all of us is not sufficient enough. It has to continue in a much, faster speed, and then only it is possible to save many of the species which are becoming extinct due to the human interventions. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you for his knowledgeable lecture, sir, and also for providing us the important insights on Botanical Survey of India. Now the session is open for discussion. Participants can clarify their doubts.
Actually, few questions are there in the chat box. So please read out.
No, you will have to read out for me, because
Yes,
I
sir.
cannot.
Yes, sir. Actually, I will read.
So the first question is, how do we come to know the short?
Yes. How do we come to know? Hello.
How do we come to know the short-term courses by BSI? For example, plant nomenclature.
See, plant nomenclature we regularly announce in the website of the Botanical Survey of India, and also circulated through various WhatsApp groups, in fact. So best thing is to know from the BSI website. Hello? Hello?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
The second question is there any provision of online courses by BSA?
There is no online course. We have not started any online course so far. And you see, let me clarify one more point. See, in the nomenclature, perhaps we can go for online course. But if it comes to taxonomy training will not help just an online course. Even these online lectures, I am not really very happy, and I am not able to really give you concentrate on in front of a computer. But when the audience are there, we can give better lecture than what we are speaking into the computer. That is one point. And in taxonomy training, unless, because it is basically a field botany. So unless one goes to the field and brings the plants to see the plants, dissect the plants, study the plants carefully, then there is no point in having any online training courses for taxonomy. So nomenclature, yes, I accept. Nomenclature can be a online course.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one doubt. Sir, botanical gardens are maintained in large area, and I heard about vertical gardening. What are the benefits and demerits of developing vertical gardens?
Vertical gardens have come up only in the urban areas, mostly in the urban areas, and they are all horticulture gardens. They are not they have not been used for any conservation of botanical species. They are purely for ornamental purpose, and also to decorate. I mean, simply decoration in urban areas where there are no open spaces.
Okay, sir.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Is there any funding provided by BSI for the digitization related projects?
No, we
like
don't.
plans or any other?
No. We don't have. The BSI is not a organization which is giving funding, but if the Ministry of Environment and Forests ask us to conduct, I mean, see, we had in the past district flora project scheme, for example. Okay. So we had funded about nearly 85 districts in the country, and unfortunately, it was a big failure because most of the colleges even did not give the specimens, leave alone the reports. So they did not give the specimens to the respective units of the Botanical Survey of India. So that was a failure, and it has not. It was discontinued because of this reason. And similarly, we don't give any funds. Assistance to botanic gardens we have been giving, and again we have got into some problems, and that has been discontinued for the last more than a year. And I hope Ministry of Environment and Forest thinks of finding out a solution for all these things. We wanted to give funds for maintenance of the, developing the herbarium in each of these maybe towns and cities, but assistance to herbarium development. But even that has not come through, and unfortunately, we have not been able to fund any of the colleges or projects from the Botanical Survey of India.
Is there any possibility for collaborative work in digitization with BSI, and shall we apply for some
You can write to director, and your region, if you want to, your nearest regional station or regional center of the Botanical Survey of India, you can collaborate with them for digitization, because again, lot of cost is involved here, because scanning of material using the specific requirements of the digital database. So you have to use, and you can approach Director Botanical Survey of India.
Sure,
but
sir.
I'm not very sure that it will be possible for funding that. But with their own funds, in-house funds, if they can help you in scanning all your material and giving a set of the digital specimens, images, wonderful it will be.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the participants?
Actually, Dr. Selvi, I am not really happy with the way my lecture will not be like this. It would have been something different.
Yes, sir, we have listened to you many times, sir. It is always with this online session, this is the problem, sir. We also face this daily while taking online classes. Let us look forward for the physical presence next year, sir.
Yeah, that will be very good.
As you mentioned, we'll have some refresher courses till next year.
That the refresher course means, then because people will be really involved in using the material and seeing the material, visiting the field, all those things, no?
Yes,
so these lectures, I don't know how far people will be benefited by these lectures. And speaking into computer screen is something which I don't like, at least.
True, sir. Sarah?
Any other query? Not only this, or any other general query on you can ask. Not just.
Good evening,
Yeah.
sir.
Good evening.
I am Sadish. Sir, I have some clarification, sir.
Please do.
Sir, sir, actually, what are the basic things we should follow while identifying the plants or its family, sir?
No, first thing You see, any material that you get, whether it is Indian material or outside India material, first and foremost thing is you should make a thorough description of that. If you can make a thorough description of that, and then depending on where you collected or which place it came from, if there is a flora of that area, you use that. Sometimes this particular plant may not be in that flora. If it is not there in that flora, then you go for adjoining countries' floras. Then you have to go for world flora. And there, if for example you have, say, Hutchinson's key to the families of the flowering plants of the world, for example. So that key can be used, and I am sure you will be shortlisting one or two families. You may have confusion, but definitely you will come to, if you come to the particular family, it is fine. If it is not, you can come to a set of families, and then you go to the flora, the families where they are distributed in the world. And those floras, for example, if it is there in China, Chinese flora is there. If it is there in North American flora, in North American flora, several volumes have come, or any of the taxonomic revisions or monographs that are there in particular family, you can use them and identify them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
But definitely not using WhatsApp group and identifying plants. Okay, if somebody puts and identifies coconut plant or a mango plant, there is absolutely no problem in that. But when it comes, when there is more than one or two species in a family, in a genus, then actually it will be very difficult to confirm unless you have thorough details, complete dissected the details of the flower and dissected details of the fruits, and also the complete description.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. Now,
Yeah.
I call upon Dr. K.S. Tamil Selvi, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, to deliver the report on this 2 days virtual lecture workshop.
Good evening, one and all present here. I'm happy to present you the report of the 2 days virtual lecture workshop on taxonomy, floristics, and conservation, sponsored by the Joint Science Education Panel of the academies, namely the Indian Academy of Sciences, Bengaluru, Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi, the National Academy of Sciences, India, Allahabad. The workshop began with an auspicious note on the 27th of April 2021. Dr. S. Nirmala, Principal, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, welcomed the gathering and introduced the convener, Professor M. Sanjappa, INSA Senior Scientist, to the audience. Professor M. Sanjappa, the convener, then elaborated on the important activities carried out by the science academies and the scope of the lecture workshops. It was followed by a brief introduction about the workshop by Dr. C. Krishnaveni, Associate Professor and Head Department of Botany, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women. The first technical session was conducted by Professor M. Sanjappa on floristic diversity and endemism in India. He explained the types of natural vegetation of Earth and also about the mega diverse countries. He gave an elaborate account on the flora of India and about the wetlands and mangroves with beautiful pictures. Professor S.R. Yadav, Department of Botany, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, explained the nuances of biosystematics in the second technical session. He made us understand how species cannot be defined perfectly. We were able to understand many ecological concepts, and he gave an insight into cytotaxonomy. Dr. Muhammad Umar Sharif, Scientist E, Head Southern Regional Center, Botanical Survey of India, Coimbatore, spoke on the conservation of rare and endemic orchids of Western Ghats. He explained the different types of orchids and brought out the immense diversity among them in simple terms. He also educated the participants on the medicinal importance of orchids and the methods to conserve them. The first day of the Science Academy's lecture workshop ended with an in-depth insight on the botanical nomenclature brought about by Dr. V. Sambat Kumar, Scientist E, Botanical Survey of India, Coimbatore. He stressed the importance of scientific nomenclature, rules of nomenclature and typification. He also elaborated on the effective and valid publication, author citation, and presented an overview of legitimate and illegitimate names. The second day of the Science Academy's workshop began with an elaborate note on floristics writing and its significance by Dr. Narasimhan, member Tamil Nadu Biodiversity Board in the technical session 5. He stressed the importance of conservation in relation to composing a flora. He suggested that the present floristics studies should be given inputs on local vegetation, changing patterns, and should function as a tool for developing taxonomic expertise. He also elaborated on exploration, collection, and methods of herbarium in a very vivid and clear way in the technical session 6. In technical session 7, Dr. S.R. Yadav emphasized the role of teachers of biology in conservation and sustainable utilization of plant diversity. He also elaborated on the importance of taxonomy in conservation and the measures taken by different countries and by India. He also stressed on the importance of biodiversity to mankind. The virtual lecture workshop ended with a lecture by Dr. M. Sanjappa, who highlighted the role of Botanical Survey of India in survey, documentation, and conservation of floristic diversity. He gave details about the preservation of plants, collection of herbaria at BSI, identification of plant diversity-rich areas, and threatened plants, and publications of red data books and the other services rendered by BSI to various sectors. Taxonomy is no less attractive than any of the other subjects. Here is a new world to be discovered and explored. Let us contribute to this fascinating world of taxonomy and floristic in a small way that is possible by us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Valuable feedbacks are energy boosters for the organizing committee and also the distinguished speakers. Now, we request the participants to share their feedbacks on this two-day virtual lecture workshop.
Good evening. I am Dr. Ahmed Abdul Halim Khan, Chairman Board of Studies, Telangana University. Can I give feedback?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah,
proceed, sir.
It was a very well organized lecture workshop. Though Sanjappa sir was not very happy with the virtual mode of workshop, but in the time of social distancing, it is a wonderful opportunity given by the Science Academies to the college, Women's College Coimbatore, which has organized such a wonderful meeting where we can see a number of things. Though learning is a non-stop process, it needs a lot of expertise advices. So the college has arranged a wonderful meeting online, and which could be a virtual treat for all the botany teachers. And nowadays, the identification of plants have become enough in this scenario. So in this scenario, where we have a lot of spread of the disease, this is the best alternative and best option for the participants like us to have gained the knowledge by staying away and staying safe. So I congratulate the team of this workshop who has completed the workshop with in a colorful flying colors manner. So I thank the resource persons involved in this 2 days meeting and giving lot of knowledge to us. Thank you, ma'am, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Any other participants giving feedback? You're welcome to give the feedback. Students?
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
Myself, Arunima. It's very informative two-day lecture workshop. All the topics were covered in a simple language and got some idea about plant taxonomy, wetlands all over India, floristic diversity in India, and the endemic species like Smithia hirsuta, indigofera. All the lectures were explained by using attractive photos, so it's still there in our mind. And the world of orchids are really amazing, and we understood each and every plant is that much important. There are millions of plants in the world. We know the plants in our area by their local names, and these local names would vary from place to place, even within a country. So it is needed to standardize. Through this lecture, we get the process behind the nomenclature or naming system, and the role of plant diversity is explained by connecting with the current pandemic situation. And I remembering the words, taxonomy is the wheel of biology, and we should preserve the biodiversity for our future generation. Thank you so much, all the respected teachers, for providing this informative lecture workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnima.
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Yes, you're
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah. Yeah. This is Verena Intipi from the Department of Botany, Cotton University, Guwahati, Assam. So actually, I found these 2 days workshop very interesting. Actually, I'm from psychology background, but it has been a new exploration for me because most of the time we doesn't understand the in-depth of this nomenclature and so on. But truly, this 2 days have been very fruitful for me. So I'm really looking forward for any kind of other such sessions in the future also. And I congratulate the organizer. It was a really fruitful 2 days workshop. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sarah, shall we proceed?
Anybody else? Sure, ma'am.
Anybody else giving feedback?
I don't think so, ma'am. Yes.
Ma'am, shall I give?
Sure.
Yes, Akshay.
The 2 days workshop was very informative and interesting. All the lecturers um, took over the session well, and they explained everything detailed in a detailed way. I really enjoyed this session, and I came to know about many things. Thank you for this sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshaya. Ma'am, shall we proceed?
Thank you all for all of your valuable feedbacks. Now, I call upon Dr. K.S. Selvi, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, one and all present here. I deem it a great privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this August occasion. On behalf of the Department of Botany, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, and on my own behalf, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Managing Trustee, Sri G. Rangaswamy, and our Chairperson, Srimati R. Nandini, for the superior guidance rendered. It is with immense gratitude I acknowledge our Secretary, Dr. N. Yashoda Devi, for motivating us towards the successful accomplishment of all our endeavors. She has always been a source of strength and support to all of us. I thank our principal, Dr. S. Nirmala, for her guidance and support and for providing encouragement at every point of time in the organization of every event. With utmost reverence and earnestness, I thank Dr. Sanjapa, former director BSI, and INSA senior scientist for convening this workshop and guiding us in all aspects. I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude for sharing his wide knowledge on taxonomy and floristics. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I extend my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. S.R. Yadav, Professor of Botany, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Dr. D. Narasimhan, Member Tamil Nadu Biodiversity Board, Dr. Mohammad Umar Sharif, Head Southern Regional Center, BSI, Dr. Sambat Kumar, Scientist E, Southern Regional Center, BSI Coimbatore, for taking time off their busy schedule to participate in this lecture workshop and for sharing their expertise with us and making this workshop a grand success. I thank you all, sirs. My gratitude goes to Dr. C. Krishnaveni, Head of the Department of Botany, and other faculty friends of Botany Department who have tirelessly worked for the success of this program. I'm very thankful to the Joint Science Education Panel of the academies for the financial support rendered. I extend my thanks to the technical team, Mr. V. Ganeshan, Chief of Technology Management, Mr. Venugopal, Senior Manager Systems, and Mr. Arun, Executive Digital Marketing, for helping us in the online and live streaming of these sessions. I also thank the non-teaching staff for the timely help. Finally, my thanks are due to the wonderful participants and our successful learners who have turned up in overwhelming numbers from different parts of the country. I thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. An announcement to the participants. The link for the feedback form is being shared in the chat box. I request all the participants to check to that and fill it. I repeat, the feedback link is being shared in the chat box, and I request all the participants to fill in that so that the e-certificates will be provided. And with this, we are coming to the end of this 2 days virtual lecture program. Gratitude being the fairest blossom which springs from the soul, I once again thank all the distinguished speakers, convener, coordinator, and the organizing committee for arranging this 2 days virtual lecture workshop. And I also thank all the participants for making this event a grand success. Thank you all.
I forgot to mention about Dr. Uma. She is very much helpful in organizing this workshop. Thank you, Uma. Sir, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. So let's come to an end.
Okay, sir. Sir, with your permission, shall we leave, sir?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir.
Bye.
Dear participants, thank you all.
DSC SRC also thanks all the participants and the organizers for, and our great thanks to our director sir, Dr. Sanjapa sir, for giving feedback from all angles and making this program very successful. Thanks from our side also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sambat sir, and thank you, Sharif sir, for joining us at this time. Thank you so much. Participants, please fill the forms. Uma? Uma, என்ன போடணுமா? Shall we close it?
மேம் யூடியூப்ல மட்டும் கேக்குறாங்க, நான் போட்டுட்டு இருக்கேன்.
Okay. Okay, I will inform Venugopal sir. I'm close பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Okay.
Shall we close the live session? நீங்க இருக்கணுங்களா?
15 participants only, ma'am, in YouTube.
Okay, then let us wait for another 5 minutes.
Okay.
Uma? Uma?
மேம்
ஃபீட்பேக் யூடியூப்ல வரலன்னு கேக்குறாங்க.
மேம் ஷேர் பண்ணிருக்கு.
ரெண்டு பேர் கேக்குறாங்க.
லேட் அது லேட் ஜாயினிங்
டிலே இருக்குமா?
மேம் இப்போ 16 ஜாயின் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. முதல்ல கம்மியா தான் இருந்துச்சு. டிலே பண்றவங்க வந்து
ஓகே ஓகே. திரும்ப போஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்களா?
பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க மேம்.
ஓகே ஓகே. Sarah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You are still here. You can leave, Sarah. We'll take care. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, participants, are you there? Have you got the feedback link? So those who are in the YouTube link, please join the Zoom link and we'll share you the feedback link here. Those who are in YouTube live, please join the Zoom link.
Ma'am.
சொல்லுங்க.
மேம் சொல்லுங்க மேம். ஆமாம் மேம், செஷன் முடிய போகுதுங்க மேம். நீங்க அமிச்சிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு சர்டிஃபிகேட்ஸ். நானும் அந்த ஃபீட்பேக் லிங்க் சப்மிட் பண்ணிட்டேன் மேம். என்ன கேக்குதுங்க? எதுங்க மேம்? ஆள்னு போட்டு விட்டுருங்க மேம். எல்லாமே நல்லா தான் பண்ணாங்க.